Good morning. Welcome to the Nigerian Economic Outlook 2016. And as this is church, we'd rather start with a prayer. Pastor Sam, please.
Please let us pray. Father, we just want to thank you this morning. We have come with thanksgiving in our hearts. We've come with gladness, O Lord, to say thank you, O Lord, for our nation, Nigeria. Thank you for our land. Thank you for the rains and thank you for the sunshine. Thank you for the rivers and the oceans and the waters below the grounds. Thank you for our vegetations. Thank you, O Lord, for our resources. Thank you for our weather. Thank you, O Lord, even for our people. Thank you for our men and our women. Thank you for our children. Thank you, O Lord, for the diversity of our people. Thank you because indeed you have loaded us with benefits every day. We are grateful unto you, O Lord. We thank you even for this season in Nigeria. We thank you for leading us through storms in the past. Thank you, O Lord, because you have been our Ebenezer. Thank you for the leaders of Nigeria at every level. Thank you for our leaders in the private sector. Thank you, O Lord, for our leaders in the public sector. Thank you, O Lord, especially for our President Buhari, whom in your pleasure you have chosen to lead us at a time like this. Thank you. Thank you even for the challenges we face today. Thank you, O Lord, for the huge opportunities that lie within these opportunities, that lie within, O Lord, these challenges. Thank you because you will help us, even as we seek to navigate these opportunities. You will lead us every step of the way. Thank you in the name of Jesus. Thank you, O Lord, for your divine agenda for Nigeria, even at this time. Thank you for the great future that lies ahead of us. Thank you indeed for all things. Thank you. Thank you in the name of Jesus. Father, this nation has sinned against you. We have come, O Lord, to ask that in your mercies you will forgive us, O Lord. That you will not count our sins against us. That you will deal with us in your measure of mercy. In the name of Jesus. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Father, grant us, O Lord, leaders and followers alike, boldness to declare and uphold the message of righteousness in Nigeria. Grant leaders the wisdom and courage and understanding, O Lord, to act in your will according to your divine agenda for Nigeria. Even at this time, O Lord, in the name of Jesus. Help us, Lord, so that peace and justice will reign in our nation. Father, guide us through the whole of the program today. Let this program, O Lord, prosper us and prosper our nation, and prosper even generations yet unborn. In the name of Jesus. You instructed Isaac to sow in the midst of famine. He obeyed and sowed in the land, and he got a yield of 100-fold the same year. You are that same God. You are the God of miracle. Come and do a miracle, O Lord, in our land, even at this time, in the name of Jesus. We will testify of your goodness, Father, and we will glorify your name. Father, we exalt you. We thank you, we bless you, we worship you, even as we yield ourselves to you this morning. We ask, Lord, that anyone and everyone who is meant to be in this place today, Lord, none of them shall miss the opportunity. In the name of Jesus. Blessed be your name forever. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. Please sit.
So we're going to rise again as we observe, as we sing 2 stanzas of the national anthem. Praise the Lord. Please be seated. Again, I say welcome to the Nigerian Economic Outlook 2016. My name is Ayodeji Bankole Lushino, and I'm the compere for this program. I'll just take us through the protocol. This is the King's Court, Redeemed Christian Church of God, King's Court. I'll let you know where the conveniences are. On this level, if you go out to my left, furthermost, and go straight, you'd find the conveniences for ladies and for gentlemen. All the section programs, immediately after the keynote address, we would break into different sectors. Some will be happening simultaneously. We would have the one for SMEs, media and entertainment, financial services, banking, all together, and that's from 10:30 to 11:30. SMEs will be happening here, media and entertainment on the 5th floor, financial services, banking on the 3rd floor. Now, on the 5th floor, if you go far to the left again, you'd find the toilets, conveniences for men and for ladies. The same thing on the 3rd floor. Just go straight to the far to the left and you'd find conveniences for gentlemen and for ladies. I'm not sure that there's much more for you to have. For some of the presentations, we can give you access to them. Particularly, Mr. Kunle Lebute has offered to give, for participants to have access to his presentation. For some of them, the speakers have specifically said they can't allow participants to have access. But I think the best that you have is you're not paying for this event. You've got a notepad, you've got a pen, so take as much as you can. I must also mention that all the speakers are doing this for us pro bono. So please let's just put our hands together and thank God on their behalf and ask God to bless them specifically. These are speakers that are busy people and you would pay good money to listen to them. Without much, I'll invite our pastor, our leader, Pastor Ben Akabweze, to set the objectives.
Well, good morning once again, and let me add my own voice of welcome to the Nigerian Economic Outlook 2016. Why have we gathered today? Why is the church involved in this? Someone may ask. We believe that as a church, the King's Court, it is not by accident that God has given us a location right in the heart of Nigeria's foremost business district. It is because God has also given us a mandate as a church to impact the marketplace in this country. And the impact that God will have us make in the marketplace is to be a channel for knowledge. It's to be a channel for propagating righteousness in the marketplace, clean, ethical business. We believe that it is possible to prosper even by doing your business righteously. And so we aim to exemplify that as a church. There are lots of professionals and business people who are members of our church, and that's something that we're big about, making sure that these people reflect the light of God in the marketplace. At this forum, we've come to obtain knowledge. As you've heard, we have a number of speakers, very knowledgeable, well-informed, people about the economy, and some in particular about the specific sectors about which they will be speaking, to us today. But even as we gather, we're mindful of the fact that the ultimate knowledge belongs to God. God is the only one who knows the ending from the beginning and the beginning from the ending. I still recall that day early in 1999, I was in my office at Nile Bank then, and I remember picking up a copy of one of the world's foremost magazines, leading magazines on economics, and I'll not mention which one specifically today, lest I be accused of painting them in bad light. But they had this, at that time the price of oil was $9 a barrel. And they proclaimed on the front page, behold, the $5 per barrel oil price. They predicted that oil was going to $5. And right after their prediction, the price of oil started rising. It never fell below the $9 at which it was. And as we all know, it got as high as $140. So men ultimately are limited in their knowledge. And that's why the Bible enjoins us in 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 3, not to speak very proudly, not to speak with, arrogance. He says, because the Lord, our God, is the God of knowledge, and by him our actions are weighed. And so as we come today to listen to these very knowledgeable men, we also believe that ultimately whatever we hear, God himself will speak to each of us individually and guide us aright so that we will make the right decisions, the right choices during this year. And so I welcome you again, and I enjoin you to make the most of, of this day. And I pray that the time that you will spend here today will profit you, and by this time next year, you will be saying, thank God I attended the Nigerian Economic Outlook. Once again, thank you for coming. God bless you.
To start this off, we have Mr. Kunle Lebute, who is a partner and head of financial advisory of KPMG Nigeria. He has overall responsibility for financial advisory, management consulting, and risk consulting. Mr. Lebute has over 30 years advising clients operating in many different industries and subsectors within Nigeria and West Africa sub-region. His experience includes cross-border transactions, business plans and expansion capital, transformation of large companies across the African continent, and pre-IPO advisory services. Kunle serves as a member of the Board of Trustees of Society for Family Health and a member of the Board of Directors of PSI. He's an active member and former head of the Infrastructure Work Group of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a think tank responsible for the brainstorming and articulating key policy and institutional reforms necessary to upgrade Nigeria's economic base and facilitate public sector and private sector dialogue. He attended the Advanced Management Program at the Lagos Business School in 1996. He holds a BA Economics from the University of Manchester. He's also a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Please welcome Kunle Lebute.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. I've never been in this auditorium before, and I was telling Pastor Ben that I used to drive past when he was under construction. And, like Pastor Ben said, when you see things like this happening, and it's all done by private sector and there's no government money, you wonder, when will these people ever finish this place? And I must say that I belong to a parish in Baden Island, and even us, when we were building our own auditorium there, many of the people in the church itself couldn't even visualize when we'll finish it. But we give God the glory that, things that men can't see are the things that God will show us in Jesus' name. All right, so again, it's an honor to be here. Your pastor and I go back a long way. In the early 80s, we struggled when we were studying to take our ICANN exams. And then we used to go to Yaba Tech for lectures, and when we finish the lectures, we'll go to one room in lag there and we'll be arguing. And eventually, when we get to the exam hall, the men and the boys will know themselves. But anyway, that's many years ago. Right, so I'm supposed to talk about diversifying the Nigerian economy, talk to action. And I think the key is that, many of the things I'm going to say here today, I'm sure many of you know. But the real challenge has always been that, why are we where we are? Because economics is in cycles, and when we started our working career in the early 80s, I remember very well, just after Shagari had just finished, was removed in 83, and thereafter the oil price went to $5 a barrel, and then we had the military coup of Buhari who came in, and we had import license, which was to try and ration foreign exchange, and then after about 20 months, his colleagues in the army felt, no, let's move him aside. And when Babangida came, we had to choose within an IMF program. And we said, no, we don't want an IMF program. And I'll come back to why countries, are eligible for an IMF program, because we had the IMF MD here last week. And then we chose a structural adjustment program. And then after a while, it became SAP with the human face. And then, oil price struggled in the 90s, and eventually, Abacha became head of state, and then we had $9 a barrel. And then 1999, the rest is history. But just to give you in perspective, if you calculate the amount of oil revenues we made between 1999 and 2010, between Obasanjo and Yar'Adua, and then add up, compare it with what we made in 2010 to 2015, a 5-year period of 2010 to 2016, or 10 to 15, that's right, 5 years of Jonathan, we actually made more oil revenues in the 5 years of Jonathan than we did in the earlier 10 years of Obasanjo and Yar'Adua together. And what's really, really, worrying is that when you then look out the window, there's nothing to show for it. Well, in Lagos there is, but beyond Lagos, you have to go to, and my own view is that there are some states in Nigeria that you can actually call failed states. That in 16 years, they haven't built one new road, one new school, one new hospital. They are failed states. Anyway, let's focus on what we're here today. Yeah. So I'm going to try and take you through this presentation, and I'll do it in this order. Set the context for the diversification of the economy, why it's important to diversify. I'll give you one case study. I had a number, but I have limited time, and that case study I'm going to focus on is South Korea. They'll then talk about the strategies for diversification, and then finally some action points, because you want me to talk about from talk to action. We don't want just to talk about why we should do it, but we want to say, look, how should it be done, and exactly what do we need to do. So let me set the context. Context is that over the last 18 months, oil prices have declined by over 70%. Supply glut and weak global demand, China, XYZ. Okay. Unlike in previous periods, oil prices are likely to remain low for an extended period, which is unusual, because what happens typically, if you look at the cycles of oil prices right from 1973, is that each time the price was coming down, the cartel OPEC was established to be able to moderate prices. And they will just, cut back production a bit. Nigeria used to have to push its quota down, and then the prices would rise again. But this time, there's three factors that are causing it to be a totally different dimension from the way the oil market has always been done. First of all, shale oil. Shale oil was suddenly found in the US and became very easy to produce oil from shale. But however, even though it's easy to produce oil from shale, apparently the break-even cost of shale oil is about $60 a barrel. 60. So anybody producing less than $60 a barrel of shale oil, you lose money. And what happens? They'll just pack up and go. All right. Now, the other thing, of course, is that the US itself, as a result of shale oil and other things they've done, if you listen to Obama's State of the Nation speech the other day, between wind power and solar in the US, they have now become self-sufficient in oil production, and the oil price has dropped by 50% at the pump in the US economy. So most households have more money to spend. And then, of course, you've got big producers like Iraq and Iran come back to the market. I talked about how OPEC has been behaving, and then, of course, you have big boys like China who they used to drop in global demand. The economy is kind of not just contracting, but right-sizing. There's less demand of oil. Now, so what's the impact on the Nigerian economy? It's not just about devaluation alone, but again, the biggest impact is that our export earnings and our government revenue, oil accounted for 90% of export earnings and 70% of that's the wrong number, sorry, of government revenues, 70%. The other 30% being customs duty as well as taxes. Now, if you have your primary revenue earner dropping so significantly, it's going to lead to a number of factors. Slower economic growth. You're going to need a currency adjustment. And why a currency adjustment? Because if you look at the terms of trade, all of a sudden, is against you because the price has dropped. It means that you have less money to finance imports because the exports have come down. And if you don't reduce your imports, your current account will go into deficit. And once the current account goes into deficit, you require an IMF program. That's why Lagarde said that we don't need an IMF program yet. But if the economy continues to slow down and we don't continue to reduce the demand for imports, and what are the big imports in Nigeria? Petrol, diesel, kerosene, because we don't refine anything. Wheat, because we eat a lot of flour-based products. Sugar, oil palm. These things are things that we can actually grow locally and produce locally. I have not to import any. Rice, I've got rice. Thailand is one of the biggest rice producers globally for export. US is the biggest rice producer, but they consume most of the rice. But Thailand is the largest exporter of rice globally. And they make something like $40 billion a year from rice. Nigeria is the #1 customer for Thailand globally. Right, so therefore, you need a currency adjustment. Otherwise, you go to current account deficit. And then, of course, higher currency adjustment means that you're going to have increase in price levels on those things that we import because of important inflation. And of course, the stock market will underperform because if you look at the index in the last 10 years, oil prices go up, the index goes up. Because oil price gives an element of confidence in the market, investors will pile into the market, oil price comes down, the index comes down. So what I'm saying here is that tough choices are required for us to correct the overall economic impact of declining oil prices. And that's where this topic about diversifying the economy comes in, because those tough choices also mean that once and for all, can we not get ourselves out of this contraption where every time the oil price comes down, we all have to tighten our belt to the point that, after some time, there's no belt to tighten again, and then when the oil price rallies, we just continue to spend money as if, there's no need to save. So we have tough choices, definitely, to be able to, ensure that this economic impact is not just fixed for today, but fixed for the long term. Again, I will come to, the case of South Korea, so you can see exactly what they've done in South Korea. Now, let's talk about what are the key macro challenges today and their implications, very quickly. Clearly, we're going to see a slowdown in economic performance. We've seen 6.5%, 7% growth for the last 10 years, but of last year in particular, we started to see 2-3% third quarter, fourth quarter. Now, let me put a note of warning on the table here. If we continue the downward economic performance, if you get to negative economic growth, and you have 2 quarters consecutive of negative economic growth, that's defined in economics as a recession. Now, when you have a recession, I tell you, it's not something that we want to talk about the implication of recession, but just think about what happened in the US just before President Bush handed over to Obama. He had a recession, driven by what happened on Wall Street, what happened on the global turndown, and Obama came in and inherited an economy in recession, and they had to make some tough choices in the US. They had to allow 1 or 2 big investment banks to disappear. Lehman Brothers have been around for more than 100 years. They close their eyes, let it go under. It's like saying to us to say, if Fed Bank has to go under, let it go under. And people lost their jobs big time. We had big cases of Enron and all kinds of stuff. They went under. And Wall Street was completely decimated. But yet, what did the Americans do? The Americans said, what do we need to do? Tough choices, and let's grow the economy. The QE, they printed money, they did all kinds of stuff, they supported sectors, supported the auto industry. And if you listen to the speech by Obama 2 days ago, he said, in the last 7 years, they've created 14 million new jobs in America, 900,000 jobs in manufacturing, and the auto industry had the best year last year ever in history of America. Because auto companies made much more money in revenue and profits, of course, not only selling cars domestically, but also exporting. So it's possible when you have a recession. But in a developing country, because the parameters are not so easy to define and control, it'll be very difficult to us come back very quickly. The last time I think we had a recession was after Shagari, for example, and we went into SAP rather than an IMF program. And what happened? Many Nigerians left the country. Many Nigerians took off because they just couldn't continue to live properly in Nigeria. So for a country with rapidly population growth, 3% growth is no growth. The Chinese leaders, after Tiananmen Square in 1989 said they didn't want a repeat of that incident to happen ever again in their country. And they calculated that the economy must not grow less than 8% per annum. And for 25 years, consistently, they grew at double digits to almost very high single digits. And the economy just grew by 5 times over a 25-year period. Another challenge is lower fiscal revenue. Less revenue means that less government money for government to spend. It's difficult for us to manage external shocks. So if the oil price continues to go down, it's not good for the country. Not only good for the country because I understand, I don't know if there are any people in the oil industry in the room, but I hear that the cost of production in Nigeria is about $25 a barrel. So you can imagine, what's it today? Some people have Bloomberg in their pocket. Anybody check the price this morning? I think yesterday was about $28, $29 a barrel. It's not good news. Frequent policy changes by government because government is trying to see what they can do to try and alleviate this problem. Today they are banning toothpick. Tomorrow they say you can't put money in a dome account. Tomorrow they say you can put it. These things, of course, lead to lack of investor confidence, weak investor confidence, and then decline in foreign direct investment. Because FDIs would even start to divest. So all the guys who put money in the stock market, in the bond market, they want to exit because they don't know what's going on in the economy. Limited FX supply means that credit lines to Nigerian corporates from offshore companies are worsening. I understand that there's a backlog of about $3 billion of LCs that have been opened and confirmed, but no dollars to fund it. Nigerian companies that have dollar obligations who have paid the naira to the banks locally, and the banks are going to buy the FX to pay the offshore institutions, no dollars to remit. People who have sold their shares in the stock market or sold their bonds, foreign investors, and now want dollars to exit, there's no dollars to exit. And that backlog, I hear, is somewhere between $5 to $7 billion of backlog of dollars demand for various reasons. What's happening here? Again, naira devaluation means that, essentially for those companies that rely on imports, there will be margin erosion because the cost of the imports will be much higher. It's going to affect profitability. And for those of them that can't continue to run that business, we'll have to lay off people. I have one client, for example, that needs $70 million a month. They struggle to get 15, and they employ 10,000 Nigerians. So you can imagine that after a while, they're going to have to say, look, some people have to go home. And then, of course, it'll be difficult for banks to lend because banks don't want to lend to companies that haven't got cash flow. So if you put all this together, the impact of current macro challenges means that there's an urgent need to diversify the economy. The reason is that, like I earlier said, when oil prices come down, there are actions taken by OPEC and other players that allows the prices to rebound. The oil prices have come down now for the last 18 months. And those guys who do the action, typically like Saudi, have decided not to take those actions. In fact, Saudi says, you know what, I'm going to produce more for their own internal reasons. Okay, and we'll adjust in our own economy. The Saudi economy subsidizes education to the tune of over $300 billion. In fact, everything in Saudi is subsidized. But the Saudi government is realizing that, look, even oil price subsidy here in Saudi is about to be cancelled. Petrol price subsidy. And that's the biggest producer of oil in the world, at least outside of the US and probably Russia. And yet they say they won't subsidize their own product. And we are only producing a meager, 2 million barrels we struggle to do, and yet we can't just take a bold decision to say, sorry guys, we can't subsidize. So why is it important for us to diversify? First of all, it protects an economy from external shocks. Because when you have a diversified portfolio of exports, if one goes down or one goes up, allows you to be able to alleviate those external shocks. And therefore, you have a robust revenue stream from exports, which will mitigate, and help and give you fiscal buffers. If I look at Malaysia and Nigeria, for example, if you look at foreign exchange reserves, in the last 15 years, you can see that the ability of earning more foreign currency as well as more exports and less imports from a diversified economy has seen a sustained growth in foreign exchange reserves, especially in Malaysia. If you can look at the gap between GDP growth rates as well as growth of exports. In Malaysia, the growth of exports grows at double the growth of GDP growth rate. So if the GDP is growing at 5% in Malaysia, exports are growing at 10% per annum in Malaysia, which means that they have, excess export revenue to put into reserves, even after spending money on infrastructure, education, and healthcare. if you then look at the ratio between non-oil exports to oil, because Malaysia produces oil, they've gone far. They've decoupled the economy from just oil. Oil is a meager, small player in the basket of export commodities. You go palm oil, they always say is a big one, but manufactured goods is even bigger for Malaysia. If I then look at another reason why you need to diversify is that it gives you an increased revenue base for taxes. The main tax income in Nigeria is PPT, petroleum profits tax. What's the rate? It's 85%. For every $1 that the oil companies make in Nigeria, they pay 85 cents. And by the time you add royalties on top, probably another 5-6%. That's the main tax revenue in Nigeria, followed by company income taxes, followed by customs duties. Customs duties are important because we're an import-dependent economy. So because we import so much, then the customs guys at the port, make money for the country, and don't quote me, I think for themselves too, for what you hear, okay? That's the revenue base. So once you start importing less, what happens? You have less customs revenue. You have less imports and less raw materials for factories to produce. What happens? Less profits, less taxes, less income taxes. Lower oil prices will affect production of the oil industry. What happens? Lower petroleum profits tax and royalties. Everything just gets lower, lower, lower. So how do you run a country that has 1.2 million employees in the federal government and the overheads is about 3 trillion? Not talk of what happens in most state governments. And the one state government, for example, where after they restructured their long-term debt, their bonds, and their short-term debt to banks, they still have to pay 2.6 billion naira a month. That's restructured, which means that they're allowing them to pay it over 20 years as opposed to 5. How much do they get every month from FAC? 2.8 billion. So they only have 200 million headroom. What's the IGR? So they claim 300 million. What's their monthly payroll cost? 2.5 billion naira. How are they going to pay salaries? Other than the government just telling them that don't worry, I'll pay you next month. And when the government drives past in a convoy of 30 cars. That's the current situation. In fact, if it were possible, you can't liquidate a state. You can't also ask a state to declare bankruptcy. Not possible. Because if you allow a state to default, then that means that if a state can default, you say, can federal government default? The only possible thing I can think is to merge states. So if you merge them, then possibly they can become more viable. But that's a different story. So increased revenue base will come out of diversification. And then finally, employment opportunities. The more you diversify the economy, the more you create jobs, because then the more the linkages to various activities that are required to ensure that those export activities happen. Let me give you one example. In Côte d'Ivoire is has one of the biggest agricultural sectors in Africa. It's number one, I think, in cocoa. It's high up there in coffee. It's high up there in pineapple. If a truck is leaving the farm somewhere up country and going to the port in Abidjan for export, and the driver of that truck has a traffic offense, the traffic policeman is not allowed to arrest that driver on the spot. If he does, he would have committed an offense. What he's allowed to do is allow that truck to go to the port, discharge the goods for export, then you can arrest the driver. That's the law in Côte d'Ivoire. If you arrest the driver on the spot, he has created a greater offense than the driver who has traffic offense. So in effect, the value of that traffic offense is so small relative to the goods at the back of the truck. That's just the way the things are organized in that country. Okay. Now, if we then talk about South Korea, this is a very good case study. Why? Because in 1962, soon after we got independence, Nigeria had a bigger economy than South Korea, bigger GDP than South Korea. We were growing faster than South Korea. South Korea was a country, where in 1970, their agric was 27% of the economy. Industry was only 22%, and services was 50%. In Nigeria, at that time, in 1970, agric was 48%, industry was 22%, and services was 28%. By 1990, Nigeria had a bigger industrial base, 45%, than South Korea. South Korea was 38%. And I believe it, because when we started our careers in the early 80s, and you went to, we worked in one of the big accounting firms then, one of our biggest clients was UAC. UAC had 24 divisions. UAC was a £1 billion revenue company. And typically, if the government of Nigeria wanted to make a decision, they would call for the chairman of UAC. You say, what's your view? That's how important it was as an industrial base for this country in the 1990s. By 2014, the Korean economy is 30% manufacturing, and Nigeria slumped to 24%. Their own agricultural sector is 2.3%. Ours is still 20%. And let me give you the mix of how their own export base were. In 1968, Korea's export was dominated by cotton and textile material exports, while Nigeria's comprised a mixture of agric and crude oil. Agric was cocoa, palm oil, rubber, cotton. Korea was mainly cotton and textiles. Some small chemicals, very little electronic equipment. By 2014, our own exports are oil and gas, 97%, minerals, 1%, some agric as well. South Korea, 41% electronic equipment. I'm sure everybody in this place, I'm sure, has one piece of equipment in their home made from Korea. If it's not Samsung, it's LG, it's so on and so forth. 13% automotive. Some of us here are driving Korean cars. Oil and gas, 9%. Ships and boats. Some of the heaviest, largest vessels globally are built in Korea. Some of the big platforms that are used in the oil and gas industry are built in Korea. Chemicals, 10%. Mining, 6%. So it just tells you how the Koreans have transformed the economy from a smaller agrarian economy in 1962, smaller Nigeria, to become a world power in electronics, vessels, ships, and motor vehicles. How did they do it? First of all, they built crude oil refineries because they didn't build them to produce oil. And Korea has no oil. So why would they build refineries when you don't have the commodities to process it? But they built it to process the oil from crude, but also to take all the various related downstream products that will feed into petrochemicals. Petrochemicals will feed into the chemical industry, because the desire was to have a global chemical industry. And of course, that chemical industry feeds into also cars. Apart from the iron and steel in cars, what's left in the cars? And leather, everything else is done by chemicals. All kinds of chemical, things inside your car, plastics and so on and so forth. And they leverage on public-private partnerships to build ports, use a build, transfer, operate system for ports, and then for education facilities, they use a build, transfer, lease system. They promoted import substitution and implemented import restriction policies. They provided direct credits to the private sector, and they enhanced political and economic relations by creating and sustaining a system of close ties between governments and businesses. And this is really important. Like we always say here, we say government is a major, part of our economy. For Nigerians, it's a major part of the economy because that's where we get contracts from. So you have Nigerians who are just contractors who just go from one state. So, some people chase federal government contracts. Some people chase state government contracts. Some people chase local government contracts. So there's different levels of what you chase. Now, because Abuja is a city where people are looking for contracts. Abuja, I haven't seen anybody to quote me if I'm wrong, I believe has the highest number of waiting rooms in the world. Because people can wait for 1 week to see an official. Now, you think you're waiting for the minister. Some people are waiting for PAMSEC, some are waiting for director, some are waiting for level 7 officer. Because everybody has their own level of what they can give out to their people. And that's the model we have in our country. Whereas in Korea, it's a different model. Partnership between government and business. An open dialogue. What exactly does business want? What impact would it have on diversifying the economy and creating employment? Let's put together those policies to ensure. And they didn't care if those companies became very, very successful. If you made wealthy people, fine. As long as they created employment and they put Korea on the global map. Now, if you look at tax revenue in Korea, one of the ways to look at tax revenue is what we call your tax ratio to GDP. And even though the ratio itself has only gone from 13% to 14% over the last, between 1990 and 2011, that's because GDP itself has grown. But tax revenue has grown from $30 billion in 1990 to $173 billion in 2011. It's grown by 27% per annum since 1990. What about regional development? Rural-urban migration actually declined, such that, less people, in fact, people were leaving the cities to go back to live in the countryside because living standards were very high and there was things to do in the countryside. In Nigeria today, I don't even talk of countryside in the southwest. A few years ago, earlier in my career, I used to go and work in Yola. And Yola was a budding, a busy town. I had a client who was in construction. In fact, the client was actually a consulting engineering firm from Germany that was overseeing projects that were being built, hospital, various buildings, schools. And a few years later, I went back to Yola. And as we were flying into Yola, I could look through the window, and all the farming fields were abandoned. When I got into town, I asked somebody, what's happening? All those farms are abandoned. I said, yes, that the easiest business now is to do is to sell petrol, in jerry can. Make more money as a young man in Yola, selling petrol in jerry can, than go to the farm. And if you can't sell petrol in jerry can, what happens? They leave town. I head for where? Abuja. So, there is a strong business case for us to diversify. I think everybody knows that. We say it. But have we done it? To date, there was some attempt to start doing it during Jonathan's. And we need to accelerate those things that are being done. And I picked 4 sectors: agriculture, construction, manufacturing, and mining. And I picked those 4 sectors because, first of all, they're sectors that are relevant to us. And secondly, they're sectors that generally, if they're done properly, will also create massive employment for our people. Let's take them one by one. Agriculture. Agriculture today accounts for 20% of our rebased GDP. It's a 13.9 trillion valuation of agriculture. And it has, however, imports of agricultural produce total 630 billion naira, followed wheat, 165 billion naira, fish, 105 billion naira, rice, and sugar. What are the challenges in agriculture? Labor-intensive techniques in farming, because we're not encouraged or sought to encourage large-scale, investors in farming. Poor access to fertilizers and better quality of seeds, poor irrigation facilities, access to funds is a challenge. I won't go through them one by one, but I just give a few points. Our fertilizer per capita consumption in Nigeria is one of the lowest in Africa. And when we talk about global, it's lower than Ghana, it's lower than Ethiopia, it's lower than neighboring countries. So you wonder that all the food that most of us eat on the table, take out the imported food, the one that we grow locally, your vegetables and so on and so forth, are grown locally in this country. If that farmer had access to apply more fertilizer than he did today, he will get more output from the same size of land he's farming. What does that mean? More cash flow to his pocket. The fertilizer industry has been a massive scam in the last 15, 20 years, where government imports fertilizer and distributes it, and middlemen make the money. We need to have a domestic fertilizer production industry. Why? Because fertilizer main raw material is gas. So between Indorama, that will hopefully will come on stream this year, 1.2 million tons. Dangote will come on stream next year, 2 million tons. We can easily be a country that produces 5 billion tons of fertilizer. What does that mean? If fertilizer suddenly becomes a commodity like wheat. Government doesn't import wheat. Who cares how they import the wheat and how the wheat gets, the flour gets distributed across the country? There are distributors and there are wholesalers and retailers, and everybody buys flour as they deem fit. They do the same thing to fertilizer. It needs to become a commodity that is easily available to anybody that wants to buy it at the right time, because you need fertilizer before the rains come. That will totally transform our agricultural sector. It's simple, easy to talk about, but not a challenge to make it happen. And why did it happen? Because the last minister preached that agriculture is not just a farming sector, it's a business, and encourage businesses to come and invest in that sector, and to give them incentives to actually, write big checks and make investments. And the chaps in Indorama only actually came to buy Element Petrochemicals. That was the main reason. Element Petrochemicals is next to the Port Harcourt refinery in Port Harcourt, was an abandoned petrochemical plant belonging to the Nigerian government. And when they bought that business, in the first 2 or 3 years of reviving that business, they paid, and the government only owns 25%, they paid more dividends than the government had ever seen in the history of that plant. And they themselves decided, you know what, since there's gas in this country, let's do fertilizer next door. And then there is financing. So we need to have that industry, because that's where farmers will have access to agriculture, to fertilizer to grow more. Another thing also is that agriculture needs water. If you want to do sugarcane, now I say sugarcane because if you look at the list of items there, sugar is one big commodity that we import. Even rice, sugarcane production is 50% water. It soaks a lot of water when it's being grown. So you need to fill it with water for it to grow. Same thing with paddy rice, because you need to grow paddy rice before you can take rice into the mill and make local rice. So we need water. Now, throughout the country, you have river basin authorities and so on and so forth. One story of an American investor who wanted to do 200,000 hectares of rice farming in Taraba, large-scale farming. And River Benue goes through Taraba State. And the government said, okay, there's the land, and actually go and take over the Benue Upper River Basin facilities, so that they took 60 Nigerian farmers to East Africa for 6 months to go and train them, brought them back. They had all kinds of incentives given to them by government. To get the land was an issue. Okay, the facilities around the land, they said, no, you can't have it. Okay, we'll build our own. Then they're going to bring in 120 pieces of equipment, which was duty-free. When the equipment arrived at the port, the customs people said they must pay something to clear the goods. I'm an American investor. I can't pay anything. Agri minister stepped in, no joy. Finance minister stepped in, no joy. The equipment were at the port for over 2 years. By the time things were cleared and brought to Taraba, there was some kind of gimmicks being played. They brought Times of London journalists to come and write some bad story about them. The guys packed their bags and left. So it just tells you that we just are not ready for these large-scale farmers. If you don't have large-scale farmers, you cannot take agriculture to the next level, because they're not just growing things purely for consumption. Agriculture is a big input into industry, massive input industry. You'll be surprised. Products like sorghum, like maize, like cassava that are used by industry in Nigeria. The beer industry uses sorghum to make beer in Nigeria. The maize industry, maize is being used by animal feed, which produces your poultry and everything that all of us consume. So there's all kinds of linkages. You bring wheat into the country, you mill wheat to create flour. The byproduct is for pasta or for animal feed. And from animal feed, it goes into poultry. And for poultry, the chicken goes into fast food. It's not rocket science. But you just don't want to make it happen in the way it should happen. Because what? We want to continue to encourage imports, because we have a fat check of dollars coming from sale of oil. We need to have a private sector-led commodities exchange. In the same way that you and I want to buy shares of companies that are doing well, what do you buy it? You go to the floor of exchange, and the price is determined by market forces. Let farmers sell their products to by market forces. Ethiopia started their own commodities exchange 5 years ago. They decided to trade 2 products, coffee and tea. In 5 years, Ethiopia became a major exporter globally of coffee and tea. Because coffee shops and coffee houses around the globe used to go and buy coffee and give the farmers next to nothing. Even though what they're giving them is a bit more, but global coffee shops' revenue is something like $35 billion. Coffee exports is only $7 billion. So who's making the money? The guys who own the coffee shops. But the European government said, no, don't go and buy coffee from the guy on the streets or on the market. Go to the commodities exchange and place your order for coffee. Check the quality. Once the quality is right, pay the right price for the coffee. All of a sudden, farmers who are growing coffee started getting more cash. And what do? They put more back into their coffee farms. Sesame seed is exported from Nigeria. If you drive along the expressway and go to Shagamu interchange, just by Nestle, Olam is building a sesame seed processing factory. And they buy the sesame seed from Kefi, Sokoto State, and bring it down, process it. Before, they used to just export the sesame seed. When you go into a McDonald's restaurant, on the bread, you see some little seeds, sesame seeds. We export sesame seeds from Nigeria. It's a big industry. We export gum arabic from Nigeria. We export cashew from Nigeria. I was with a client of ours who does fertilizer and agricultural products, and they also in the cashew business. He said, when the cashew buyers come from abroad, they come to Nigeria first. From Nigeria, they go to Cameroon. Cameroon, they go to Gabon. Gabon, they go to Congo, Brazzaville. Because each country has a different season of harvest for cashew. When they finish harvesting in Nigeria, they buy, they export. They move to Cameroon, buy, they export. They move to Gabon, buy to export. And then they move on to... So they compare quality. They compare output. So they know who's serious in that game. Okay? So this business is a business that has direct linkages to manufacturing and creation of employment. So the benefit of agriculture is clear. There's no debate about it. But in effect, we need to allow private sector to play a much bigger role. And we need to encourage and seek and bring in large-scale agricultural companies. Bring them into Nigeria, let them come and grow what they want to grow, give them land, let them harvest it. Either they export it or they feed it into another factory, or we buy it for them locally, and then we use it. And it's a win-win for everybody. But we just don't want to, to allow this thing to happen. Okay. I'll come to some other issues as well, which can also be prevent that sector from growing. Construction sector, GDP contribution is 4%, about 2.78 trillion. Let me give you the business case for construction industry. We have 200,000 kilometers of road network in Nigeria today. Maybe, I don't know what percentage is world class. We have 6 ports, of which 50% are underutilized. We have 3,557 kilometers of rail tracks. We have a deficit of 70 million houses. So if you take this to anybody in the global construction industry, and you describe this kind of opportunity, you say, wow, that's where I ought to be if I'm in construction. Let me come and build houses. Let me come and build roads. But if you're building houses and building roads today, who is your customer? It's government. And how do they budget for roads in government, at least in federal government? You want to build a road of 300 billion naira road, they budget 100 billion naira the first year. Because we can't put the whole amount in the budget in the first year. And then the second year, you budget another 100 billion, third year, another 100 billion. If in the second year, there's an election, and the leadership changes, we say, that's another person's road, that's not my own road. Let me start my own road. Because other guy made his own money off it. So that road is a road to nowhere, be abandoned. And that's just the way and mentality we have. So, why does that road have to be built by government and owned by government? If private sector has the wherewithal to build the road, they can build the road, they can toll it, make the money back. Who cares? Most of us who go abroad, most of the roads we drive on, intercity roads, are tolled roads. Some roads in the city, from New Jersey to New York, every day, people go from New Jersey to New York every day to work, they pay toll. And why do they pay toll? Because the volume of people who are traveling between New Jersey and New York is humongous. And the only way they can say, okay, if you don't want to pay toll, however, there are alternatives. Go and use the train. Or go and use the bus. So I hear you very well. So if you say just pay toll and no alternative, then of course that's a monopoly. I don't agree. Right. So we need to be able to do things in construction industry such that that industry also becomes, why must we use bitumen to build all the roads in Nigeria? Most of the roads in VI are not bitumen roads. They are concrete roads, right? The road I drove on today to come here is concrete stones, Why must it be? Because concrete is what? It's from cement. Cement from what? From limestone. Where's limestone? Under the ground in Nigeria. I mean, it's simple. And you go abroad to countries like the US and South Africa, and the major highways are concrete highways. What does it do for you? The maintenance of the road is fairly low over a long period of time. Whereas bitumen roads, with our weather, within a year or two, they decouple, and you have to bring them back to come and resurface it. And of course, that road, over a 20-year period, that road is more expensive than a concrete road. It's clear. We need to have a massive housing program. You saw the other day that Rufai launched the first phase of his own housing program to build 2,000 houses in Kaduna, and he wants to build 20,000 houses, this year throughout the Kaduna state. We must. In fact, the other day when we were arguing about this, the subsidy arrears that we were supposed to pay, I think it was 3 or 4 months ago, and there's a debate about it. 400 billion naira subsidy arrears. Somebody said, if you're looking at 10 billion naira to every state of the country, that's 360 billion, only for housing. No, don't give it to them, because if you give it to them, they won't see the money, and you won't see the house either. Okay? So, but you say, look, here's 10 billion naira, every state. Go and clear land. Go and look for land. Design the house. In fact, this is the kind of house you should build. This is the house. The house should not cost more than 3 or 4 million naira per house, or 5 million naira per house. Okay? Go and get them ready. Go, we'll jointly appoint contractors. but we'll pay them directly. 10 billion naira for every state to build houses. So that doesn't sound like a lot of money. A lot of money. What will happen? I don't know how many houses we build. I can do the maths, but I'm sure they build more than 1,000 houses. They may build 5,000 houses, 10,000 houses in 36 states, ongoing. If I'm a housing contractor and I can pick up 3 or 4 housing contracts from 3 different states, and I'm building 10,000 houses per state for the next 2-3 years, what is that going to do? It's going to bring the cost of housing down for construction-wise, because it's economies of scale. Beyond even just the cement and everything I need to use on the steel, I'm going to have to employ artisans. I'm going to have to houses have a lot of wood, roofing sheets, everything, electrical wires. It's a massive industry, the housing industry, anywhere in the world. In the UK, Prime Minister Cameron announced they're going to build 200,000 new houses in the UK in the next 5 years. A developed country. When you do hear anybody say we want to build new houses, the last one I heard was just last week, 2,000 houses in Kaduna. That's a drop in the ocean. You have 70 million house deficit. This is a big industry. Massive one. Manufacturing sector. Today accounts for 10% of GDP. Food and beverage, are the highest contributors, followed by textile, apparel, footwear. That accounts for 12% of the employment in labor force. What are the challenges in manufacturing? Erratic power supply. As a result, low level capacity utilization, high interest rates, high transport costs and input costs, low skill set, outdated technology. There are guys who have been importing cars in Nigeria for 30, 40 years and made a lot of money. So one day I sat with one of them, a big entrepreneur. I said, look, why don't you start to assemble cars and ultimately build your own cars in Nigeria? So that means you'll encourage steel producers to come and build flat steel. He said, no, I can't do that. I said, why? He said, there's no power, no electricity. I shook my head. So I said, so all the guys who are manufacturing, flour mills, Nestle, Dangote, are you saying that they don't have power either? Some of them are actually run their own power plants themselves. They pipe gas to the power plant. They make the products. They sell to us, and we buy. So what are we talking about? So many massive industries today are not dependent on government power supply or government power infrastructure. Because if they did, all of us will be folding our arms and waiting for it to happen. Now, what should we focus on manufacturing? Food will be a big area. Because if you have to do the right things in agriculture, a lot of the outputs of agriculture will then feed into the food industry. Okay. Garments. Over the years, we built a robust textile industry. And unfortunately, we didn't understand the way the textile industry operates globally. So people like Governor Shomole, for example, grew up in textile sector. At the point, textile industry employed 500,000 Nigerians. And textiles were in Kano, Kaduna in particular, because cotton was up north, and the juniors were there supplying them cotton. And then there was some textile industry down in Lagos. But we never went to the next stage in that sector. Because from cotton, you go to textiles. From textiles, you go to garments. So Bangladesh today, many of you who travel to London, for example, and go to or you have a store called Primark, where they do low-cost clothing. All the clothing in Primark is made in Bangladesh. To Bangladesh, Guatemala, Vietnam, Mauritius. These are major players for the garment industry. So many of the clothes we wear, when you go to the US or you go to all the designer clothes, are not made in Western world. They are made in garment-producing countries. Some of them don't even have cotton. Some don't have textile. Some of them import textile. Well, who does it? There are garment manufacturers. Guys who will come in and say, I need 100,000 workers. Okay, look at shoes, for example. It's another area we'll talk about. Nike, the global shoe manufacturer for sports and everything. Nike doesn't have one factory anywhere in the world. They don't own a factory. All they own is design of the shoe and the brand. And they come to you and say, I want to make this shoe. I want to make 1 million shoes in the next 10 years. Who can make the shoes for me? So there are guys who are set up, who invest in the plant and machinery, invest in everything, on the infrastructure, and they make shoes for Nike. End of story. So it works. So if it works in even countries that are smaller than us, there are countries that don't even have as big a GDP because they don't have oil like us. Maybe because they don't have oil, that's why they've gone to the garment industry. Personal care. So once just look at the chain. A human being has to wear clothes, he has to wear shoes, he has to use personal care, and he has to eat. This is a large economy based on those numbers. No matter what the level of income, you can produce garments for the low income. You can produce garments for the middle income. In India today, India has 400 million people in the middle class. There's a massive garment industry in India, and Indians are proud to wear their own Indian clothing, Indian way of dressing. So, how do we make garments in Nigeria? Not the ones we're wearing as blazer. I'm talking of our own local wear. How do we make it? We buy the cloth from the market, or we go to the tailor around the corner in the Balende or somewhere, and then you give it to. I want the cloth in 2 days' time. You say, oh God, no light now, for the last 2 days. You go back again. So, oh God, so they will leave my shop. That's our own garment industry. And everybody here wears local wear, don't we? We all do, right? So if all of a sudden it's mass-produced local wear, I don't have to wait for the tailor who's telling me that. If I do this, when I give my own clothes to tailor, I don't ask him. I don't tell him. I don't give him delivery date. I just give him clothes. I say, whenever it's ready, bring the clothes to me, because it's too much stress. But you can walk into a store and you know your size and just pick the one you want and the color you want. That's what we do anyway when we buy suits, when we buy shirts. Who says we can do something for our local traditional wear? It's very simple. But you must have a garment industry. And there are people who know how to run garment industry. So as a country, I would go to garment players abroad and come, tell me what are the requirements to set up in Nigeria. Oh, you don't have test. Okay, import everything you need. I'll give you the money to import it. But within 3 years or 4 years, make sure that all the raw materials you require are sourced locally. Which means that what will happen? They will then go to textile producers and place orders. So when a textile factory suddenly has an order to supply textiles to a garment industry, what does he do? He goes to a cotton farmer to place orders. Cotton farmer then says, if I have someone to won't buy my cotton, he goes to a ginnery to where he buys cotton from the farmer first, and then he gins the cotton, and then they take it to spinning mill, they weave the textile and supply the garment manufacturer. When a garment manufacturer house produces massive amounts of garments which are nicely packaged, what happens? Where are the shopping malls or the stores who will take them off me? I can export and I can sell domestically. Oh, shopping malls, they all spring around. So suddenly some people will start selling chains of shops, and we collecting them from them and putting them in their shops. And before you know where you are, it's a whole value chain that suddenly will evolve in that sector. When you go all the way back down to the farmer, cotton farmer. Basic metal, iron, and steel. Again, why basic metal, iron, and steel? Because in the housing industry, I don't know if most of you have built houses here, a large component of what you use to build is steel. I don't know how much steel is in this building. Iron rods, typically. These are the basic steel industries. So the government built Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mill, they built Java Steel Rolling Mill, they built Katsina Steel Rolling Mill. So you build a steel rolling mill in Katsina. So what does that? He needs billets, because either you are producing in Jakarta or you are producing down in Alaja and Delta. So you must truck those billets all the way to Katsina to make the iron rods. Then when you now finish making the iron rods, the market is not in Katsina. You truck it all the way back to where the market is. Can that iron rod be competitive with the iron rod from China? So let me give you the one I missed the one in textiles. You know Adire that we wear, or Ankara, right? A textile factory in Kano will produce 5 years of Ankara, and after 5 years of Ankara will sell in the market in Kano for 500 naira. Okay, in the market. In the same market, the same person selling, he will say, oh, this is imported Ankara. Virtually the same print, same quality. How much? 150 naira. From where? From China. So that Ankara has been produced in a Chinese factory. They put it on a ship, arrived in a port in Lagos. They took it all the way up in a trailer to Kano market. And it gets there, and it's being sold at less than half the price of the one produced in Kano textile factory. So what happens? Kano textile factory goes out of business because everybody's buying it cheaper, 150 naira Ankara. I don't think we're that patriotic enough that we'll see something more expensive and we'll buy the thing that's more expensive. I doubt it very much. Nigerians, they will follow the money, the cheapest and the best price where they want. As you know, that's why the guys on the streets, on the bridge who are selling, they know how to sell good things. They come to you at a high price, and then you haggle and you pay a lower price. Right. So, manufacturing sector, clear. But one of the biggest things in manufacturing sector, of course, you require, apart from power, is just the entire infrastructure requirements to do so. Because if you go to places like Vietnam, I described, they do so in industrial parks, well-established industrial parks. So you come in as a manufacturer, it's already laid out, it's a warehouse, you put in your machines, you plug it into the electricity power, you plug into water, into sewage, boom, 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 and you move ahead. In Nigeria, first of all, you're going to buy the land, you must get a CFO, you must do this. Almost half of your cost is infrastructure that you're required to use to do the manufacturing. So in effect, you don't want the guy. That's why it made it more difficult for him to establish. And I think the benefits of the manufacturing industry is clear. Finally, the last sector I'll look at is mining. Mining for me in Nigeria is a conundrum. And I say why is it a conundrum? It's a conundrum because the mining sector globally, industry globally, is a pure, simple principle. There's something under the ground which people require to do all kinds of different things, whether it's oil, whether it's limestone, whether it's gold or whatever. And then you must take it out of the ground and put it in a form that you can sell it to another party. Either you sell it raw, or you process it, or you give it to somebody who wants to use it for something else. Now, what tends to happen is that where the minerals are typically, you don't determine where they are because we didn't create the earth. They are anywhere. You could suddenly find out tomorrow that there's gold under this building. And how do you get the gold out of the building? You have to take the building down. Is it worth your while? Are the deposits large enough for you to take the building down? The answer is no, you leave the building. The answer is yes, you take the building down. And then once you take it out of the building, how do you get it out to the market? So we have coal in Nigeria, and the coal has been there. It's still there. Nobody has taken it from us. But to get coal from the ground is one issue. To move coal from point A to point B is another issue. Coal is a very expensive commodity to transport. So what most countries do is they build a power plant on the coal mine. Just take the coal, put it in the power plant, and use it. End of story. Those who want to export coal, fine, you can try to export coal, but it's very expensive to export. Today in Nigeria, do you know what we do? We import coal. We import coal from South Africa, we import coal from China, because the cement industry in particular, they have two main sources of firing their plants: gas, LPFO. Sometimes there's no gas. Sometimes there's no LPFO. So they're going to use a third source, coal. If you've ever seen it before, at power port, you just suddenly see trucks, open trucks coming out of a power port, 100 trucks full of coal. And they truck it up, they put it in the factory, in the plant, they fire their plant, we produce cement, and we buy it. So it's doable. Absolutely doable. But one of the biggest things about mining sector is that there's something called pit to port infrastructure. So you mine the commodity. If you're not going to use it locally, you want to export it, you mine in the middle of the country, mine it in Jos, but to get it from Jos to the end user in North Carolina, you have to take it from Jos to the port, put it on a vessel that will take it to North Carolina. You must have the infrastructure to be able to move the mineral from the source it is. Now, the guy who's doing the mining is not going to do the infrastructure. It's not his business. Somebody else does the infrastructure. Either private sector does the infrastructure or government does the infrastructure. Right. Let's then go through action points. This is my last two slides. What are the actionable things that must be done for us to move the diversified economy? First of all, we have to have a way to implement strategies for each sector. I've talked about it already in big details. In agriculture, you go back in agriculture, you process the agriculture, and then you get a finished product. So in sugar industry, we used to import, sugar. Then between Dangote, flour mills, and Boa, they built sugar refineries. So we're importing raw sugar to refine it. Still importing. But they have to go down back and make sugar cane, mill the sugar from the sugar cane, and then refine it. Totally different business from just refining sugar. That's how you then have a domestic sugar industry. I described cotton as well. Cotton, textile, and garments. Leather. All of us are wearing shoes here, leather. Hides and skins, leather, shoes and bags, and skins from cattle. Although you have to compete with those people which come against, all right? Do you know that South Africa supplies BMW with all the leather they need for their leather seats in their cars? So every day out of South Africa, 2 jumbo jets takes leather, flies it into Munich in Germany. But before they don't just take the leather. There's a factory in Pretoria where they sew the seats already. And most of the people who are sewing the seats are women. They sew the seats already for 3 series BM, 5 series, and 7 series BM. They package them, take them to the airport, put them on a jumbo jet, fly them to Germany, As they arrive into the factory, they just cover the seats with the leather seats, and the car drives out. Do you know where the seat comes from? You don't care. It's a German car. But if you check properly, only the design is German. Industrial parks, like I said, are critical. And I'll give you just one quick example of industrial parks. There are many industrial parks that have happened in Nigeria over the years, but the one that is still visible, I don't know if many of you know, is in Ikeja, Obakran Avenue. Was set up by the Western Nigerian government in the old days. And along that road, all the industries set up there. Cadbury, Dunlop, Vitafoam, Guinness. And the housing was Adeni Jones. The expatriates lived in GRA Ikeja. Their children went to grade school. All in a cluster. And then what happened? And that's how we developed. Same thing happened in Aba, same thing happened in Kano, in Kaduna. Where are they all today? I drove past the one in Kano the other day, decimated, empty. Linkage, we have to also link this whole diversification to our school system. In other words, we produce people who are useful to those industries. In the Philippines today, the Philippines produces the highest amount of technicians in the oil industry globally. Why? Because the government invited the oil companies to set up those technical schools to actually train Filipinos. When they finish qualifying, there's no oil industry in the Philippines. Where do they go and work? They come and work in Nigeria. They work in Brazil. And what do they do for the country? They send back part of the salary to Philippines. So personal home remittance runs to billions of dollars for the Filipino government. From those schools, they produce Filipino technicians who go and work in the oil industry globally. Infrastructure for efficient supply chain, roads, rails, ports, airports, which can be designed, built, owned, managed by private sector. Because enough is enough. All this one of saying that the government run Nigerian railways, enough is enough. Let's get private sector to actually take over these things and run them properly. Power. We need to have availability of power. Whether it's gas, transmission lines. Transmission lines, if you can't run it, give it to the Chinese. Let them rebuild the transmission line and let them run it for us. All we want is power. We don't. Today, countries don't care the color of the skin of whoever produces what. Not anymore. For security reasons, doesn't matter security reasons. Heathrow Airport is run, Gatwick Airport is owned by a Spanish company. So what am I talking about? Just give it to the guys. City Airport in London is owned by a company where the chairman of that company is a Nigerian. So, what am I talking about? Why must we say these things are our own? We must hold it. You can't do anything with it. Again, going back to the transport sector, we must make that sector bankable. Bankable for people who want to invest in the sector and run the infrastructure in that sector. Downstream deregulation, we must deregulate downstream because the output of a fully fledged oil industry is not just crude oil for export and the production of petrol products, but refineries, petrochemical plants that would produce the raw materials for industry. And finally, healthcare. We have to build the healthcare capabilities in this country. And my own suggestion, you don't need to go and build world-class hospitals or from scratch. Just go and take Luth, UCH, UNN, and take 200 beds in each facility. Take 5 of them and make those 200 beds world-class. And if your procedure costs $10,000 in India, let them charge $8,000. It's cheaper. You don't fly there. You don't take the foreign currency out. You don't take a family out with you. And then let them employ doctors and nurses and pay them whatever it is that will attract them to come back from abroad. Thank you very much.
Questions. We have question cards with the ushers very close to you. And we have only 15 minutes to do this. In fact, we have 10 minutes to do this. So if you have a question, very quickly. There are also roving microphones. If you want to talk to your question very quickly, please, so we can get through this. Okay.
Good morning. In the agricultural sector, we did it. My name is Grace Omozoge. In the agricultural sector, we didn't discuss storage of farm produce. Thank you.
If it's taking time to write, you probably want to ask very quickly. Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Kule. Excellent presentation. Can we go back to your side comment on state governments? I know that merging may be a tough political choice. Are there other options today, particularly with the states? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Edward. I know we talked about action points, but I don't know if I heard talk about the role of banks and financing in all of this, in terms of, and also secure investment security. Thank you.
Okay, we have a question here. To what extent does the proposed 2016 budget address diversification in the economy?
Good morning. My name is Bamidele Luleye. So, the incentive, you didn't discuss some of the incentive that it could also be favorable to the SMEs. Because I remember when I traveled to Malaysia and I asked, especially in the agricultural sector.
Quick to the question, please. Quick to the question.
Only the incentive in which we'll be able to attract more people to agriculture.
Good morning. My name is Chike. You talked about us exporting more. So I want to ask where we have revenue from import, that is the export duty. When we export more, what is going to happen to that portal where the revenue comes?
Somebody with a card over there. Somebody with a card over there. There's three of them with cards.
Good morning.
Yeah.
My name is Benito. Actually, when you were talking about the power sector, I expect you to give us a comprehensive details of what the power sector will do to this economy, because it's so critical. The power sector is going to drive other sectors, manufacturing, infrastructure.
Okay. Let me also say that we're going to break into smaller groups and sector-focused discussions, and most of these questions will be addressed in depth at those sessions.
Can I take this one?
Yes, please.
All right. So first of all, storage. You know, storage is a very simple business, as far as I'm concerned. It's a warehouse. And if you know the way the economy of Nigeria works today, whether it's for finished products that are imported or for manufacturers who want to distribute their products, storage is there. There's plenty of storage. In fact, today, we don't have enough. There are warehouses that are empty. Now, if you want to have specialized storage for specialized type of for products, those people who need them will build them. It's a very simple business, and there's no need, So once that industry evolves and there's a need for storage, it will happen. So take, for example, if you desire to develop a working commodities exchange, how does a commodity exchange work? Okay, you go to the floor and you trade your instruments there for buying maize or sorghum. But the physical item is not on the exchange. Somebody grows maize, buys the maize because he knows someone's going to buy the maize on the exchange. He trucks the maize into a warehouse and stores it there. If the price on the exchange that day for maize is not worth his while, you keep it. The day is worth his while, he will sell it. Whoever buys from him will come and move it. So it will evolve. So further the warehouses in Oshodi or in Solo, who cares? As long as they build the warehouses in the places where they're supposed to be warehouses. Take, for example, cold storage facilities. Most of the cold storage facilities are either in Lagos or Warri by the coast because we import so much fish. There are people who have invested in cold storage facilities just to receive the fish and store it. The day they need the fish, they come and collect their fish. State governments, other options. The reality for state governments is that state governments have to look beyond just waiting for 30 days to collect a FAC allocation. End of, that's it. You've got to look for ways. You've got to look inwards in your state and say, what in my state can produce employment that will generate tax revenues? So in other words, what we call IGR. So Lagos State is a clear-cut example. I know the numbers. In 1999, monthly IGR was 1 billion naira. By 2007, was 8 billion naira. Today, if I'm wrong, Pastor Ben, 25 billion naira. So, but people only pay taxes if they can see what taxes are doing for them. So show me how you are spending my tax money. If I don't like how I spend my tax money, I pack my load and go to another state. That's what should happen. So whether the states will come back this year for another bailout, my prediction is yes. They're going to come back for another bailout. And there will be APC states that will need a bailout. The government has to bail them out. Because they're going to be like Greece, in effect. Because there are many states who don't just sit and do nothing. I mean, let me take it to another dimension. You know, over the years, even before independence, post-independence, Western Nigerian government, and some extent Eastern Nigerian government, ran those regions using KPIs. You know, we're going to build X kilometers of roads. We're going to build so many schools. We're going to build so many hospitals. You know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think our brothers in the North ran those states the same way we ran them in the South. If they did, then the gap between the GDP growth rate in the Southwest and the Northeast won't be the same. So the country that IMF came to speak at one of our internal meetings, and it shows a map. And it says poverty in the Northeast, followed by Northwest. And it went it down with Southeast and Southwest, the most advanced economy. So a government in the Northeast doesn't need to go to Singapore to say, how should I improve my state? Come to the Southwest and say, how did you do it? That's why you have that massive gap. Again, Pastor Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, there's more private schools in Lagos State, primary and secondary school, than government-owned. Okay. So did you hear that now? In Lagos, there are 18,000 schools. Government schools own 2,000. Yeah, so there are 16,000 private schools and 2,000 government schools. Running a school is hard work. Don't do that. I've been on a school board before, and I'm still on one now. It's very hard work to run a good school. If you don't have private schools in the part of the country, they're just lazy. You don't have to do it. Role of banks and finance and capital markets. You know, I don't need to discuss the role because, you know, banks are intermediators. They will go and intermediate where there's money to be made. If they see money being made in agriculture or construction, you find bank there. I went to the opening of a factory, Dangote's factory in Zambia. When I entered the factory, I just saw Access Bank branch there at the entrance in Zambia. In Zambia. Banks, you don't need to tell them where to go to. They will follow the money. You know, even capital markets, when they see a business doing well, they come and say, come and list and do IPO. Did you not do IPOs in the early 2000s? People were buying shares of Japul and different companies. Who told you to go and buy it? You didn't know the company. Your broker called you and said, okay, come and buy these shares. That's how the market works. The market is efficient. There's no government intervention in those markets. They go to where there's money to be made. 2016 budget, I don't think there's anything there about diversification to my extent, my understanding, but I know there's big money to be spent in construction, infrastructure, and in agriculture. Because agricultural budget, capital budget in agriculture is very, very large in this year's budget. Same thing also for Ministry of Power, Works and Housing. There's large amounts of money to spend in those two sectors. So the government wants to reflate the economy, to kickstart the economy. Because if the government hours contracts to contractors who will deliver and they pay them on time, what happens is that there's more liquidity in the system. The problem is, over the years is that even when they give them a contract and they start working, they don't pay them, they abandon the contract. And then before elections, we're owing so much money to contractors. They abandon everything they are building. But if you have an efficient system and you're paying contractors regularly, then they have liquidity, then it will work. Incentives for SMEs and agriculture. You know, my own view of incentives is this, that if you want to develop a sector, you can't sit in your office in Abuja and craft incentives. No. You go and talk to 3-4 top guys that you want to bring. That's how we do it in the oil industry. That's why in the oil industry you have big players in the oil industry. You sit down with them and ask them and say, what incentives do you need to invest more? So for example, in the oil industry, for example, there was always a formula they used to calculate on reserve base to say how much of additional reserves can we create for the industry. And they'll tell the oil industry that if you do spend amount of money on exploration, we'll give you more capital allowances to put more money into exploration, so you increase our reserve base. Once we agree the terms, we sign into law, everybody starts working. So incentives for me is not a government officer saying, I want to give you incentives so you can go and build a road in my village. No. It's about asking the players to say, what incentives do you require to come to Nigeria or be in Nigeria to produce and grow your business? exports and export duty. No, exports is not about export duty. Exports are about creating jobs. The value out of exports is not about what you collect a duty at all. It's about job creation. So you have to get it right, because if you are exporting, it means that you are globally competitive. It means that I'm sewing a shirt in my village in Djibouti, and there are customers in North Carolina who want to buy a shirt. Simple. What will happen? What will happen? I will grow my factory and employ more people and buy more cotton from cotton farmers and more textiles from textile producers. So export is not about revenues or duties. Power sector. I mentioned power sector, but I said in spite of the power sector we have today, there are industries that are thriving, that are producing what all of us are consuming, whether there's power or no power. Now, the biggest challenge, of course, is that it is the home users, also residential owners at home, that are greatly affected. Because, in developed markets, with the thriving power sector means that the large producer of power, of manufacturers, because they work 24 hours a day, they are the large user of power. So their own tariff usually is lower than those in the homes. You know why? When we come home from work and it's at night, you put on everything in the house, and then from about 6 p.m., at 9, 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., after you watch the news, and all of us go to bed, we shut everything down, except for maybe your air conditioner. So we don't use much power. Once you leave the house in the morning and go to work, the house is empty. But the factory is using power all the time. They are the ones who actually make the grid work. And they are the ones, that's why you have load shedding. Because at peak periods, when everybody's at home, at night, they put all their electrical light bulbs on. When they go to bed, it shuts down. So the power utility has to manage the peak loads between when peak goes up and then when peak comes down. So power is important for the industry, for the country. Power is important for SMEs because they don't have to always have to buy a generator. But the big manufacturers, power or no power, if there's demand for their product, they will make it happen. I think finally, I think I've covered most things here. One good question here. Is the application of the Nigerian economy feasible under our present political and economic architecture? Very good question. My view, we have to make some changes to that structure. I don't believe that it makes sense for people in Abuja to sit down and say the federal government budget allocation of federal government revenue is 52% federal government and 48% the remaining 36 states and local governments. Doesn't make no sense. That's number one. Number two, how can an officer in Abuja determine whether I need a hospital or school in my village in Djibouti? He cannot know. It's probably, maybe the government of Abeokuta can know better, will definitely know better. But the person that knows best is the person in the local government. Okay, let's go to local government now because we don't have local governments really and truly. But even give more money to the state governments to run their states. Now, why would you do so if the one they use, they've squandered it? Okay, give more money to them, let them squander it, then let the people in that state vote them out and put the guys there who run the state properly. Now, if you don't vote them out and the next state is developing, that's your problem, not mine. I will go and vote my own government, the right person. I'll vote my governor to be a chartered accountant or to be an economist or whatever, so he can run my state properly, and if he doesn't run properly, we'll vote him out. But those people who don't care what they do with the money, and they continue to just whack the money, or the governor is doing birthday and he's dancing with his family on stage, that's their problem. I don't want to get involved. I want to know what my state is going to do. So that's the way I think we should. So I agree with you. That question is a very good question. That can we diversify the economy properly with the current structure we have? We can, to an extent, if we really are firm believers in making things happen. But to make it really, really work for us, we have to make some changes to that structure. He says the government of Nigeria is not creating an enabling environment to support SMEs in Nigeria. SMEs are very innovative, but lack support from the government and find access to credit very difficult. To me, this is a yes and no answer. Today, we have many thriving SMEs. Do they use government support? No. For me, any business model that is waiting for government support to come, it's not a business model that will work. Your model must work without government support. If government support then comes, it makes it even better for you. That's the reality. So if you want to go out and sell shoes tomorrow, and you're waiting for government support to give you to sell the shoes, you will wait for a long time. All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lubite. We have more questions here, but many of these questions we'll be taking at the industry breakouts because they're most appropriately dealt with there. We're going to break out very quickly. We are behind time a bit by about 5 to 10 minutes. The next sessions will be the SME, Media and Entertainment and Financial Services Banking. SMEs will be spoken to by Mr. Bayo Rotimi, and that will take place here. So if you want to listen to SMEs, just stay put. For Media and Entertainment, Mr. Charles Igwe, Mr. Dr. Don Pedro is unavoidably absent and has been replaced by Mr. Charles Igwe. That will take place on the 5th floor. So if you are interested in media and entertainment, please just go to the elevators, go up to the 5th floor, and you'd find the conference room there. Financial services banking will be on the 3rd floor. That will be spoken to by Ronaldo Fiorini. Ronaldo is from McKinsey, and that will be moderated by our brother Ebenezer. So please, if you're going to partake of the banking industry, financial services, please go to the 3rd floor. Just go to the elevator and stop on the 3rd floor. Thank you, and please let's move now so that we can take advantage of time. Thank you. Media and Entertainment, 5th floor. SMEs will take place here. Media and Entertainment, 5th floor. Banking, 3rd floor. Huh? Wait. Fifth floor, media and entertainment. 3rd floor, financial services banking. Please let's move now so SMEs can start now. Please let's move now so SMEs can start. SMEs are starting now. Okay. I've been asked to start. Okay, so I'm introducing you. So you know. Just so you know. I know him, of course. Just so he knows.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we settle down, please? That's my number one SME. Okay. The next session talks about a very key segment of this economy. Indeed, in most countries, SMEs constitute over 80% of
registered businesses. In Nigeria, I think we have about 14 million registered SMEs. Very critical sector. So the topic for today, micro, small, medium scale industries, MSMEs, implications, opportunities, and threats in the 2016 budget. I'm not here to take the topic, but I'm honored to be introducing our speaker this morning. And our speaker this morning is Mr. Bayo Rotimi. He's the MD of Bayo. Okay, Bayo is the MD of Quest Advisory Services Limited, with over 21 years investment banking experience. He joined the investment banking division of Fountain Trust Bank in 1994. He later moved to investment banking group of Lead Merchant Bank in 1997, prior to joining FCMB Capital Markets Limited, one of Nigeria's leading investment banking firms, in 2001. While at FCMB Capital Markets, Bayo acquired significant experience as head of corporate finance. His experience spans capital raising, and that's talking debt, equity, and the hybrids, and financial advisory services, of course, mergers and acquisitions, restructuring, and the rest of them. He left to found Quest Advisory Services in 2009. He's well-schooled. He's an associate of Certified Pension Institute, member at Chartered Institute of Bankers, director of Treasury for Association of Issuing Houses of Nigeria between 2006 and 2008. He continues to serve on several committees inaugurated by SEC to facilitate the development of Nigerian capital markets. Bayo is the chairman of Investment Committee of ARM Discovery and Aggressive Growth Funds. He teaches finance and strategic planning at Enterprise Development Center of Pan-African University. He graduated from University of Lagos in 1990 with a bachelor's degree in economics, and in 1992 obtained a master's degree in banking and finance from University of Sheffield, UK. Ladies and gentlemen, with this kind of rich, diversified background, you will agree with me that we're in for a treat this morning. I'll leave the stage now and sit back because we have a lot to learn. My own institution plays heavily in SMEs, but you never stop learning, so that's why this segment is actually important to me as well. So Bayo, I'm pleased to call you now to take the stage while we sit and listen. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little bit intimidated by that introduction. The gentleman was making me seem, do I need this? Do I need this? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think this conversation around SMEs is indeed very, very critical. There has been a lot of discussion by governments over the years with regard to the critical importance of SMEs and how SMEs effectively are catalysts for economic growth and development. The last speaker spoke about government, or there was a question about government support or lack thereof in this business of SMEs. And he said that any business, or rather, he says, examine your business model and be sure that this business model can survive even without active support of government. Now, I agree with him to an extent, to the extent that as an owner of a business, you must be able to build sufficient capacity. You must be a specialist in whatever it is you decide to do. You must have sufficient passion about your own business, because those are the things that will keep you going when the storms and the challenges come. But I also recognize the role of government as an enabler, the creator of an environment in which businesses thrive. So government policies affect business directly or indirectly. So I think it's a good time for us to have this conversation, the beginning of a year, and shortly after the release of what I consider to be the most ambitious budget this country has ever seen. There are a number of firsts in the proposed 2015 appropriation bill. The very first one is that this is the first time we have an aggregate budget size in excess of 6 trillion naira. This is also the first time that government has voted the sum of 1.8 billion naira or trillion naira towards capital expenditure. We've never seen that before. But it's also interesting that this is the first time also we need 2.2 trillion naira to meet the shortfall inside of this budget, because government's aggregate revenues are estimated to be 3.8 billion naira. And we have a global budget size of 6 trillion, 6.08 trillion. It means that there is a shortfall. Government's revenues doesn't quite cover the entire budget. There is a shortfall of 2.2 trillion. Now, a lot of people will say that a budget that is predicated on a $38 per barrel oil price, and as at close of business yesterday, if I am correct, oil prices were revolving around $31. It dropped to $30, then it inched up a little bit. So even before that budget is passed by the National Assembly, we've already lost $7 per barrel, which means that the deficit in reality may be more than 2.2 trillion, because government is expecting to earn 820 billion naira from the sale of crude oil inside the 2016 budget. If you knock off $7 per barrel from that estimate, that $820 has dropped to about $600 billion. So it means that the deficit has just increased. So ladies and gentlemen, the year 2016 is going to be an interesting year. I think it portends significant opportunities, but there are also some threats. So, like I said earlier, I think this is a perfect time for us to have this conversation. Can I have the first slide, please? Okay, so I've already given a general background, right? Where we are today. Government, like I said, has come up with this very, very ambitious budget. A lot of people are querying the achievability of that particular budget. A lot of people are querying, thank you. A lot of people are querying the assumptions underlying those budgets. I talked about 3.8 trillion naira being aggregate revenues that the government expects to receive. Some of those revenues will come from the sale of crude oil. Some of those revenues, about 1.45 trillion or thereabouts, will come from taxation and related sources. Another 1.5 trillion will come from independent revenues. And government's definition of independent revenues includes the recovery of misappropriated funds. Remember, this is a democracy. Remember that our court system, our judiciary, is notorious for not being able to dispense justice as quickly as it should be dispensed. So, already, Government's target of recovering 350 billion naira from such misappropriated sources, in my view, is a tall order. A number of people have been arrested to date. Some of them have been charged to court. I can wager my salary for this year that those matters will remain in court for a long time. So it looks as if the funding gap continues to widen. So what is the fate of the SME given this background that I have just painted? I'm sorry to sound pessimistic this morning, but behind the challenges, and there are a lot of them, behind the challenges are the significant opportunities that exist in our country, Nigeria. A lot of people have talked about the size of the market. You know, there have been a lot of debate that really, does that market exist? You know, there is something in economics called effective demand. That is demand backed by the ability to pay. But indeed, you know, in my investment banking career, we were in the forefront. I worked while I was at FCMB, we advised this company called Econet Wireless at the time, in the year 2000. And I remember we were building a 20-year financial model. And we were looking at the numbers, trying to project into the future that how will this brand new industry, because there was no track record for GSM in Nigeria. So we had no precedent, local precedent. So we had to look into other markets, that how did GSM industry evolve in South Africa, in Kenya, in Zimbabwe, in Uganda, and what will likely happen in Nigeria. And again, we were ultra conservative in our estimates, simply because we felt government, who's the issuer of this license, does not have a great track record. So will they abide by the terms of the agreement? Will the lack of infrastructure truncate this ambitious dream? Because we realized that there were no base stations. In other parts of the world, when the GSM industry came to being, it leveraged on the existence of a strong national carrier that had built fiber optic cables all over the nation. We had none of that. So our GSM companies had to build individual base stations. And I think at the last count, we probably have 20, 30,000 odd base stations. But ladies and gentlemen, our most conservative 20-year projections, within 3 years, it became very clear that we had underestimated the potential inside of this country, Nigeria. Econet Wireless, with all of its baggage, that is one company that has changed name and ownership like 7 times. It was a problematic company, contentious like no man's business. But in spite of all of that, that business, and indeed the other players in the same industry, grew significantly. So that tells me that the potential exists. And who are the drivers of that potential? In my view, they are the SMEs. So really and truly, we need to see how to seize the opportunities that exist this year, 2016. 1.8 trillion naira in capital spending. 433 billion of that has been placed in the custody or under the supervision of a gentleman called Babatunde Fashola. And he's responsible, right, for driving the infrastructural overhaul that this country needs. In my view, he's probably amongst the best people to be in that position at this time. So my hope and my expectation for this year is that given the massive investment that will take place in infrastructural development, the primary or one of the primary beneficiaries of that will be us, the SMEs, because I describe myself as an SME. You know, I decided to put my money where my mouth was 7 years ago. I was the CEO of FCMB Capital Markets, but I decided to walk away from it because I got tired of advising other people on how to make serious money. And I said, let me start advising myself. What has my experience been in the last 7 years? Difficult. Every form of challenge that an SME faces in Nigeria, I have faced. But with each year, it gets better. With each year, the opportunity widens. And I am convinced that every small business that invests in capacity development, that invests in systems, structures, processes, has no choice but to succeed. My wife has been running a business for 13 years, a fashion retailing business. I saw that business from day one, from the conceptual stage. 13 years later, the business is doing very well. The potentials exist. Mr. Okonkwo that introduced my presentation, I have reserved some yaps for the banks. So he will be the one to collect the yaps on behalf of all of the banking industry with regard to their relationship and their support or lack thereof of the Nigerian SME. So it's a good thing he's here. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I already talked about the deficit. I said that deficit is likely to increase. First of all, by the factor of the fall and possible continued fall in the price of crude oil. My view is that that budget has to be revisited. The oil benchmark has to be reduced significantly. You know, in my business, when we are building financial models, we tend to be ultra conservative in our revenue assumptions. I think that $820 billion naira, even though it is the lowest revenue expectation put in a budget by any Nigerian government in recent history, I still feel that that number is ambitious. So I probably will expect a revision in that benchmark. I would say, let's go totally conservative and let's do a $20 to $25. As a matter of fact, let's even assume it is zero. Let us assume zero revenues from crude oil this year. And let us now task and challenge ourselves to grow this economy without the contribution of crude oil. Because if we can drop it out of 3.8 trillion naira expected aggregate revenues, the government has only allocated an expectation of 820 from crude oil. So that's just about less than a quarter. So why don't we go the full hog and take it away completely? So that anything that comes now is an addition to our revenue profile, rather than a major tripod upon which the budget stands. That would be my own view. So, I'm sure in the earlier session there must have been some conversation around the budget. So I'm only going to highlight a few things in there and leave it at that. If you look to the left-hand side, under the budget breakdown, the second column, works and housing, Mr. Lebute mentioned 433 billion naira to be spent. Transport, 202. Now, so between those two areas, you have 30% of the spending, capital spending for 2016. If this happens, and I spent a bit of time looking at the breakdown of the 2016 budget, and I encourage everybody in this room to look for that document. It is a large document. It is 1,800 pages. But inside that document, you will see how government plans to spend every naira that comes in. You will see the government's assumptions with regard to revenues. Inside of that breakdown, you will see that there are still a lot of inefficiencies that we are carrying. And you will be better informed as an SME, because inside of there, you will see some additional opportunity areas. So please, I recommend, or I strongly urge you to look for that breakdown. It's a big, bulky document, but take out time, especially in this month of January, to review it, because you will see certain opportunity areas. I have clearly seen. We've spent the last 1 week or so in my office digesting that document. And we have a clear strategy for 2016, just simply from the review of that document. So please look for it. I trust that the budget proposal, yes, it is still a bill, and we expect that the National Assembly to pass it. I don't expect some massive changes. So you can pretty much work with what we have, even though it is still yet to receive legislative approval. I'm hoping that it will come sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, we are hearing of different versions of the budget floating around. And really, in a year when we want to be serious, I don't think it is a good sign to hear that different versions may be playing all over the place. Now, if you look at 1, 2, 3, the third bullet point, there is a special budgetary provision of 300 billion naira for what government has termed special intervention programs. Now, inside of here, there are opportunities for the SMEs, but there are also constraints. So as I progress in my presentation, I will talk about them some more. Please, somebody, can you guide me time-wise? I have no idea how I am doing or how much time I have. Okay. Now, the last bullet there talks about the establishment of an efficiency unit inside of government, and the objective really is to drive costs down. Overheads by 7%, personnel costs by 8%, and other service-wide votes in aggregate by about 19 billion. Service-wide votes in the 2016 budget proposal is 1.2 or 1.3 trillion naira, so it's a significant amount of money. One thing I like about this budget, though, is that recurrent expenditure has reduced. We have a 9% reduction. From 2.5 trillion down to 2.35. So if you have 2.35 as non-debt recurrent expenditure versus a capital expenditure of 1.8 trillion, for the first time in a long time, that overweightedness towards recurrent, I think, has been significantly addressed, even though by the time you look at that 1,800-page document, you will still see a lot of wastage. A lot of wastage. So government still has a lot of work to do, because even starting from the State House budget, there are some things I saw inside of the State House budget that I was querying. Go and look at it. It's a public document available for all Nigerians to review and query. There was going to be a cable inside of the State House connecting the driver's office to the main gate. Telecommunication or something cable from driver's office to the main gate. And there was a contract sum attached to it of 322 million naira. Why do we need to connect the drivers to the main gate? What happened to this thing they call GSM? What manner of connection? This year, we want to host the World Economic Forum. So a lot of foreign heads of states will come. The State House has a budget of 3.6 billion naira to buy BMW salon cars for presidential visitors. Our own president said 400 million naira worth of cars, I don't want, take it back. But some people inside of the bureaucracy did not get that memo and did not follow the example of that one person and are still running business as usual. So, as SMEs, we all need to become activists. We really have to challenge a lot of things this year, particularly since we're talking about our Commonwealth. Let me go into my proper, I was just flying through this budget, but let's go into the SME talk proper. Mr. Okonkwo mentioned 14 million odd SMEs in Nigeria. The number ranges is around that 14 to 17 million, or even more. And the contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian GDP continues to rise. So that's a good sign. And the truth is, if SMEs can contribute as significantly as they are presently doing to the Nigerian, to the Nigerian economy, with all of the challenges, infrastructural challenges, inconsistencies in government policies, and so on and so forth. Imagine what will happen when, for example, we get our power situation significantly sorted. 12 hours, 18 hours a day. Imagine what will happen if we get our transport infrastructure sorted out, such that I can move my goods and services. Imagine what will happen when we can start to develop the significant quantum of natural resources, solid minerals, that exist all over Nigeria. So there is a lot that can happen in this year. So the challenge is, SMEs, they say most of us go out of business within the first 5 years. Then, those that are still managing to be alive at the end of year 5, between year 5 and year 10, at least another 20 to 30% of us will disappear. So it means that at the end of 10 years, maybe only about 20% of the SMEs that started the journey will still be alive. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Moderator, this is the original timepiece. This one is better. Thank you. You have given me more time. You see, this one has a plan, no? This official digital timepiece has given me some extra time. All right. Absolutely. So I'll try and speed up a little bit so that we get into the engagement. So I was saying that of every 10 SMEs that start the journey, at the end of 10 years, only 2 or 3 of them will remain. Which means 70 to 80% of the SMEs will go out of business. And they go out of business for a variety of reasons. So, let us look into this 2016 budget and let us have a general conversation around the things that you need to do to ensure that you do not end up being part of the 80%. And so that we can actually start to increase the proportion of SMEs that do well. A lot of things have happened in this economy that I think will drive the small businesses. That crude oil price that is crashing, for me, that is the greatest blessing that can happen to Nigeria. I want it to go to zero. Me personally, I don't know about you, I want it to go to zero. Because sometimes it seems unless our backs are truly and totally to the wall in Nigeria, we are not propelled or motivated to move. Today now, I know a lot of SMEs. At the Enterprise Development Center where I teach, the Pan-Atlantic University, I see literally thousands of SMEs every year. They pass through my class. And a lot of them are starting to do exciting things in export-oriented business. So while the rest of us are complaining about the current and the proposed and potential devaluation of the dollar, of the naira to the dollar, my friends are smiling. Because the lower the value of the naira against the US dollar, my friends that are exporting are celebrating the more. So this situation that we're in, this huge deficit we need to fund this budget, should be a signal to all of us that our businesses must add value. You must look for ways to diversify your own revenue streams while remaining committed to your core vision. And if somehow you are lucky enough to introduce an export element into your business, there's no better place to be. Okay, so let's go very, very quickly. 2016, infrastructure, and we said it is handed over to somebody who has some decent track record with regard to performance in the infrastructural space. It's a lot of money. Transport Ministry, 215 billion. Go and check that breakdown I talked about. There are some things inside there I personally disagree with, but it is what it is. There's a lot of money that is going to go into remodeling the airports that were recently just remodeled. So we are remodeling what has been remodeled. Yeah? There is something inside that budget that talks about the establishment of a national carrier. We want to go back and revive. So one of my greatest challenges with this budget, and maybe with this government, as much as I admire this government, is that we seem to be lacking some clarity in terms of economic direction. Are we remaining centrally controlled, tightly managed by government, a socialist type government, or are we moving towards a market-driven economy? So government is not quite sure. On the one hand, you hear, I want to liberalize and privatize. On the other hand, you hear, I want to run certain things. So I think engagement must continue in the course of this year. In addition to the huge 1.8 trillion that will be spent on infrastructure, the government is planning to set up a fund, a $25 billion infrastructure fund. So what this means this year is that there will be significant investments in hard physical infrastructure. What that does is it creates a lot of employment. What that does is that it expands the economy because there will be a lot of spending. So there will be businesses around the construction value chain. So if your businesses are in those areas, or even if they are not, you need to start looking at how you can form part of that value chain. If there's a lot of construction activity going on, right, then there's room for the artisans, there's room for the contractors, there's room for the suppliers of building materials, there's room for professionals who will offer professional services. So there's a lot of things that can happen. Somebody asked Mr. Elebute a question about the diversification of the economy. And what does this budget say about diversification of the economy? Does this budget send us clear signals from government? I think so. The president from day one said, agriculture and solid minerals, I will pay a lot of attention to. I disagree with Mr. Elebute with regard to the allocation, statutory allocation to the Ministry of Agriculture. It is a lot lower than I expected. It is all of 47 billion. It is all of 47 billion. I think that is significantly low, except the plan is to enter into greater partnership with the private sector. So government creates the environment and invites private sector participation. Yeah? So it will be interesting to see that, even though I know a lot of the intervention funds that we saw earlier, a significant proportion of that will go towards the agric industry. So overall, I think diversification, this time we don't really have a choice, ladies and gentlemen. Diversification is being forced on us because crude oil prices will continue to go down. The Chinese economy is showing a little bit of signs of some stability, but it's not out of the woods, and they are one of the major consumers of crude oil. The Americans have suffered a lot in terms of producing their own version of crude oil in an economical manner. But they are still hanging in there. The Saudis are still insistent that don't worry, until I force the Americans out of the market, I will not stop, even though they too are starting to bleed. Then you have some pockets, Iran and some funny people who can join into the fray and just destabilize that market. So I think diversification is being forced upon us. It's not really a question of is there a direct government policy in that regard. We don't have a choice. So look inwards and look at your own businesses and see how. We talk about agriculture, but what are we saying about processing? I believe the greater value, Nigeria for too long has spent a lot of energy and resource focused on being primary producers. So we bring out the crude oil, then we ship it outside, then we spend scarce foreign exchange to bring it back in. We have the tomato farmers who does all of the hard work, but the minute he harvests his tomatoes, the time starts to go down. Okay. This man is trying to prevent me from yapping the banks. Okay. Now, social welfare, government intends to spend 500 billion naira this year. Now, when we're talking social welfare, government has some interesting plans. There's something called the Conditional Cash Transfer Program, which is really to give unemployed Nigerians some money to run or begin to run some small businesses here and there. The objective is to say government wants to force people to send their children to school to get their children immunized. And by so doing, they get this little bit of a stipend, and they also put them into some skills acquisition type program and link them up with some social funding through the infrastructure interventionist windows. So there's going to be a lot of things there. So if there is then there is feeding the school children. Where will the food to feed the school children come from? Somebody must invest in agriculture. Somebody must invest in catering and so on and so forth. Some government entities that focus on SMEs have been restructured or are being restructured. The SMIDAN, for example, the Bank of Industry, some significant revamp has taken place there. And there are a number of other agencies that government recognizes that they need to be restructured so that they can better support SMEs. Increased source of funding, Central Bank of Nigeria, right from the tenure of Lamido Sanusi, have been focused on the developmental aspects of their mandate. So Lamido came out with a slew of funds. For the SMEs, that was the 220, is actually $220 billion naira thing. The governor of CBN, the last time he spoke about this, he said maybe about 40 or just under 40% of that amount has been disbursed. Now, this was one of the areas I wanted to yap the banks, but I'm running out of time. So maybe I will just convert the yap to a 30-second yap with a little story. My wife spent a total of 11 months this year to access this facility. 11 months. This is a 13-year-old business with systems, structures, processes. The loan fully collateralized. We went through 3 banks in Nigeria from February until disbursement in December. And that is a business that has everything that they need. And there are a lot of businesses that don't have everything. So what is the likelihood? 2 banks said, it can't happen. The 3rd bank, but somehow we found favor. Somebody in the CBN, that the paper was sitting on his desk, looked at it and said, this thing has been sitting here for a while. Who are these people? He put a call through to the bank and said, bank, connect me to the owner of this business. I want to talk to the person. They tried to reach my wife, they couldn't. So he called me. He put me on a 3-way conference with the CBN. And in 1 minute, I explained my wife's business to the man. And the man said, are you serious? The thing is done. My bank could not explain my wife's business, or her bank could not explain her business to CBN. And the thing got stuck. 2 banks said, CBN will not touch this business. It doesn't meet their criteria. It took the CBN direct intervention themselves. It was supposed to be for a maximum of a 5-year tenure. My own bank forced us to say 4 years is what we will give you. The CBN had to write to say, give them their 5 years. What's wrong with you? As a matter of fact, consider moratorium for them. That is part of the grouse I have with the banks. The money is there. You are supposed to be a midwife. But you will still do your credit processes. You will still ensure it is bankable. You will still ensure it is fully secured. Because some SMEs too are funny. They think it is national cake, so they'll collect the money and jump. Right? So there are a lot of other things. So please check out the Central Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, and a lot of these areas. You know, there is institutional support, there is special funding, even inside of this current year budget. So please talk to your bankers. We have a banker here, so hold his leg, talk to him, and his bank is doing stuff in that space. You know, so let's get involved in this thing. What else is there? I've talked about what is happening in the education space. There are opportunities. There are opportunities for SMEs inside of all of this. Government really and truly has to spend a lot of money this year. And those monies will pass through institutions and entities and enterprises like yours. So please, what you need above everything this year is information. You need information. So please research. I've given you one area that you should go into. Welfare programs we've talked about. Power and the changes in the power space we've talked about. Agriculture and solid minerals. My good friend Mezu is here. Mezu will talk about agriculture in due course, but I think it's a gold mine. It is a huge opportunity, not just in primary production, but in processing. And that is really where a lot of the value addition and a lot of the revenue potential resides. Similarly, solid minerals, yes, there are some legal and regulatory issues that need to be resolved. So government really has to step forward, come up with a blueprint, a master plan, and simplify access and participation in this particular space. Because I think it is an area where a lot of small businesses in Nigeria can thrive. Import substitution we've talked about. Look for your areas where you can expand or diversify your businesses into some export to be able to generate some revenues from exports. I'm really sorry that I'm flying through all of this. The presentation, I'm sure it will be distributed. So please, at your own time, please look at it. The threats, we all know the threats, and Namdi has left. This was another area to yap the man. Okay, sorry, he's still here. Access to finance. I've given you one brief scenario. Inconsistent government policies. Where are we going? To be or not to be? Liberalization versus centrally managed. We have a born-again Democrat as our president. He still remembers and thinks nostalgically about his first coming 32 years ago. So he's still struggling between the two. You know, enhanced tax enforcement. So one of the things you will see this year, you will pay taxes this year. So you better be ready. And it is better you do it voluntarily. Get your books in order, right? And present yourself before the taxman. Don't wait for him to come to you. If he comes to you, it's a different ball game. Present yourself to him. Get advice. So there are tax consultants, there are accountants. Tell them to help you manage your taxes. Tax evasion is a crime. Tax avoidance is the benefit of having professional advice to help you manage your tax exposure. The valuation of the Naira, we don't have a choice. As oil prices continue to go down, as the reserves continue to deplete, the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, this thing will happen, and it just makes life a little bit more difficult for the businesses. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Well, Bayo, thank you very much. Before I say anything, I'd like to say that you and your wife, you need a new bank. I think you've been banking with the wrong people. Okay, because at Fidelity, we've done about 1.3 billion of this SME funds.
Fantastic.
To 70 customers. Indeed, 2 have repaid already. Fantastic. And we're doing more. So, fantastic. Not to market, but you really do need a new bank. Not everybody understands SMEs. Some banks, by choice, don't want to touch SMEs. Right. You know, but our structure and FCMB structure, you know, these 2 institutions understand this business. So I'm not just selling my bank. I'm sure Ladi will be happy to hear that. Okay, thank you very much. Now, it's question time, but unfortunately we're out of time. But we'll still take a few questions. Where is Deji? We'll take a few questions. If you've written down questions, we can have them. But we'll just send the microphone around to like 4 people. And how we do this is, if you show hands, I just assign numbers to you. Just 4 people, and then the rest will be written questions. So if you have questions and you would like to speak, 1 minute. Okay, that would be number 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the back. So please remember your numbers. Let's go to number 1 first. Because then the others, please write your questions down. Number 1, yeah? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Daniel. My question quickly is, how can we get funding as an SME? And then how do we also get to know the various criteria?
Okay, number 2, somewhere here. Yeah.
Yeah, morning, Mr. Bayo. Just a question of your experience in business. What do you think is the single biggest reason why SMEs would 80% of SMEs would close up in about 10 years? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 3, that's him, and then I think 4 is somewhere at the back.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Given the fact that the issue a lot of SMEs have, and indeed MSMEs, is the lack of credible data for performing credit assessment, do you feel the banks understand this particular challenge, and what can be done to bridge that gap? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4. Thank you very much. My name is Ona. I'm particularly interested in access to finance for SMEs. I'm happy you've had a raw experience with the bank, and I'm also happy that Nnamdi Okonkwo is here. Is there anything, both on the SME side, on the government side, on the banking sector side, that can be done to improve access to funding? Billions are floating all over the place. Businesses are crying, looking for this money. I understand we have the issues of inadequate data, lack of collateral and all that, but what can we all do collectively to ensure these funds flow to the SME to create the jobs, get the foreign exchange we need, and solve a lot of problems around? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly apologize for taking too much time, and as a result of which we couldn't take that many questions. I really apologize. Very, very quickly, the first question from Daniel, funding, and I think the first and the last questions are around the same funding question. Mr. Elebuti said something interesting, that banks are in the business of making money, and they will naturally gravitate to areas where they feel that objective can best be met. So it means that they will tend towards the path of least resistance, right? So the SME is a difficult space. Number 1, a lot of SMEs lack capacity, and I mentioned this earlier, capacity. You know, if your business is well run, well structured, you have a business model that clearly has a value proposition. So your business is meeting a need somewhere, it is solving a problem somewhere, it is adding value somewhere. Automatically, in spite of government, in spite of the banks, your business can still thrive because there are multiple sources of funding. Debt finance from a commercial bank is just one of numerous opportunities through numerous methods through which you can raise funding. So I would say, and that also ties into the question around why is it that so many SMEs fail? You know, I would say my singular advice to every SME here is review today, this year, review your business model. Be very, very clear that this business model has a clear value proposition. Number two, make sure that there is a sufficient enough market for that product or service you seek to sell. Number three, build capacity, right? Develop financial management skills, HR, operation skills, procurement, supply chain management, the entire works. Become a specialist, an expert in your industry. So if you are an artist, research how artists can make money. Yeah, if you are a manufacturer of something, be very, very proficient. Because the truth is, if you have a business with a very, very clear value proposition, the banks will be the one chasing after you. Yeah? So, yes, I know that even the banks themselves, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. In the last 2 years, I have, for one particular financial institution, I trained over almost all their branch managers, right? Well, maybe not all, but about 400 odd branch managers. And I was in shock. I interacted with these guys over a 5-day period. I was shocked at their lack of understanding of business and entrepreneurship. And even credit, which is their primary job. I was an investment banker, but I was teaching commercial bankers the A to Z of credit. These are people who had done 20 years in the banking industry. So I said to them, if you do not understand business and entrepreneurship, how can you support the businesses that are all around you? They work with a checklist. If you don't have item 1 to Z, you are out. I say to them, hold the hands of the SMEs. How many of you on a Friday or a Saturday call your SMEs and say, come, I want to train you this weekend. Let's talk about financial management, how to keep proper books of accounts. So that you get better, and because you get better, you become more bankable. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot of work on both sides. But you just do your own part first. Then leave us to be tackling NAMDI and Bankers Committee so that they too can do their parts. But you make sure your business becomes bankable. So I've tried to tie all of these things together. There was a question about lack of adequate credit data and do the banks understand and what can be done. I think I've tried to link all of the answers together. You know, principal thing is structure or restructure your businesses, right? Then you are in a position to constructively engage the banks. And if the banks are not interested, there are various other forms. There is private equity. May as well we'll talk about that. There is equity from family, friends, angel investors. There are all manner of people that are looking to support viable businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Before you go, Bayo, we have 10 questions written down.
Okay.
And because we're out of time, I'll just give you 4 of them in order that they arrived. Okay. Then the rest, I keep looking out for DG. I believe that the rest, we can get the answers posted either on the website, you know, as a follow-up. That way, you can even give them more detailed answers. So, number 1 says, okay, I'll just read and give them to you. Okay. How do you assess venture capitals and equity investment? What is the success rate? Number 2 says, this is a double-barrel question. Lending rates are not now at about 30%. Well, I don't know which bank he goes to, effectively. What do you think needs to happen to bring down bank lending rates in this country, which must be one of the highest in the world. Second question from that same person: how would all the discussions and suggestions in this forum get to policy makers? Third one: what are we as SMEs players doing to engage people in government to ensure they provide enabling environment? Finally, the fourth one, the last we'll take for now: will it be a good idea for government to have a legislation enabling workers have access to their pension funds, at least 50% of it, to enable them open small businesses instead of having the money sitting in the bank?
Excellent. You see, the banker did not talk about that last question. He said, you want to carry our money somewhere else. Thank you very much for these questions. Instructively, the first question talked about venture capital, private equity, which was really the last point I made. There are multiple financing sources. First is equity. Equity can come from the promoter himself or herself. Equity can come from family and friends. Equity can come from angel investors. It could come from institutional investors. It could come institutional investors, local and international. So there are multiple ways or multiple sources of equity. Yeah, a lot of businesses that have done well in this country got their lift off using equity, Even when you go to raise debt, the banker will always ask you, how much of your own money have you committed to this venture? So they will say, show me your own 20, 30, 40% contribution, just so that I know that there is a risk and reward sharing arrangement in place. So how do you access private equity as well as venture capital? I go back to what I said earlier: structure your businesses properly. I know, and Mezo will tell you, that there is a lot of institutional money in local and foreign private equity funds that are simply looking for viable businesses to invest in. I have had a couple of private equity funds come to me in my firm to say, look, we've seen a few businesses, or we like a particular sector or industry. Please help me find credible businesses in those areas. So I go into businesses that I see have some or all of the attributes, and I help them with the ones they don't have, and I put them in a nice tidy box and present them to the private equity fund. So really, really and truly, the first thing you need to do is get your business investment ready. Get your business financing ready, whether it is debt, equity, or something in between, right? So do your research. Inside of Nigeria, there are a lot of private equity funds, local and international, that can help you take your business from where it is to where hopefully you want to take them to. What is the success rate? Private equity does two things. Not only do they give you capital, they also provide support, technical support. So even big established companies in Nigeria, UAC of Nigeria, which is a very well-recognized company, 10 years, 15 years ago, we brought a private equity fund to take a significant stake inside of UAC. And they went into UAC's business and totally transformed that business. They cut off a number of business lines that were not doing well, and they helped them develop the ones that had the greatest potential. So suddenly, a UAC that was on its way down, year-on-year revenues were dropping. Suddenly, UAC had a brand new lease of life. So just as they can support the larger businesses, there are some funds that are focused on the smaller businesses. So they will provide you technical, managerial support in addition to financial support. So I will certainly encourage us to explore those areas. Lending rates is very high. The man said 30%. Our banker here says he doesn't know which bank, but any which way, prime lending rate, or rather, average lending rate for the SMEs, right, by any stretch is high, which is why a government will come up with an intervention fund and say, I will give you 5-year money at 9%. And there are all manner of intervention funds out there. How many people in this room have heard of the Bank of Infrastructure Bank? A few hands. I have a small SME client who had a particular project, went to Bank of Infrastructure, and Bank of Infrastructure gave him 128 million naira, 3-year money, 0% interest rate. 0%. So like I said earlier, information is critical. So if the banks are charging you a rate that you cannot afford, look for alternatives. Why do they charge a rate so high? They too have their own challenges with regard to their own cost structure. They spend 40% of their expenses on maintaining generators and power. Yeah? So that is why they must recover that. And one of the ways they do that is to top up the lending rate. So maybe as the infrastructure improves, as we hope and pray it would this year, maybe the banks will spend less money powering themselves. Yeah? And everybody benefits. So there is a ripple effect across the economy. You know, with all of the discussions inside of this forum, will they get to the policy makers? Pastor Ben is here, Ayodiji is here, Namdi Okonkwo is here. All of us are stakeholders in this Nigerian project. So we really, really have to push this. So in your own space, look for your senator, your minister, or somebody, and let us continue this engagement, you know, because government and business must work together and have a similar focus and a similar direction. Why are we as SME players doing to engage government? Okay, so I've said something along those lines. I want to believe that at the end of this session, the outcome will lead to engagement, because that has always been the thing. We spend a lot of time talking, you know, and there seems to be a gap between the resolutions that forums such as this or fora such as this reach and getting governments to alter their thinking and their perceptions. But we will keep trying. We must never get tired of trying. Will it be a good idea for government to create a legislation to allow people access their pension funds and be able to use them to open small businesses instead of those monies sitting somewhere? This is delicate. Pension assets are very, very emotional. This is your life savings. This is your retirement fund. I know that there is some thinking in the mortgage industry where your contributions will ultimately become your equity contribution for a mortgage loan. Now, in other parts of the world, home ownership is also a major catalyst for economic development, because when you have a home, you have your own home, then you have some tangible assets that you can use to raise some funding and thereafter grow your business and so on and so forth. It may not be a bad idea, but I also know that government is looking, or the pension commission is looking for ways to get this. They are sitting on in excess of 5 trillion naira. Right? And what they are trying to do is bring out some of those 5 trillion naira, put it towards infrastructure. So I won't be surprised that the $25 billion infrastructure fund I talked about, I won't be surprised that some of the pension monies that have been contributed will not wind up in there, right? Bonds will be created and some of those funds will be invested in the bonds. So you may not get it directly as an SME, but if it goes towards infrastructure and suddenly you have access to market because the roads and transportation distribution infrastructure is there, you have access to 24 hours power, then it makes everybody benefits. So all in all, what I would leave you with, ladies and gentlemen, is the engagement must continue, but be proficient in your own business. You have very little control over somebody else, but at least you have control over yourself. So revisit your business model, your business plan, and develop it. And you will be surprised that you will suddenly become a blushing bride, and so many financiers and investors are falling over themselves to invest in you because they're really looking for ways to enhance their return. And if you offer them such an opportunity, by all means, they will come to you. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
So, thank you very much, Bayo. Fortunately, the abyss was not as strong as you had threatened. So thank you for a wonderful job, and on behalf of the pastor, this to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for spending this last hour and a half or so. Couple of announcements. Oh, pastor is here. Okay. Couple of announcements. We're going into the next session. Manufacturing. If you're interested in manufacturing, that will be taking place here. But for ICT, we'll be on the 3rd floor. ICT is on the 3rd floor. Financial services, non-banking, on the 5th floor. So whichever one you're interested in, you can then migrate to those venues now. I repeat, financial services, non-banking will be happening on the 5th floor, ICT on the 3rd floor, and manufacturing right here. So on that note, I thank you very much for this session as I hand over to Tosin Jolayemi, who will be anchoring the manufacturing segment right here. Thank you.
Opportunity. There's always an opportunity from the back end to the front end. So if you look at manufacturing as manufacturing, you probably might not even be involved or engaged in the production stage to the sales stage. You can be involved in the servicing, in the soft ones. Let me give you an example. If I'm involved in the manufacturing of X, I will need soft packaging and I will need hard packaging. I will need people to do my inventory for me. I will need people to supply my supply chain. That's probably my raw materials. And there's a lot to gain manufacturing. I had a gentleman come to my office yesterday after 8 years of interface. I hadn't seen him for 8 years. And when he came, he said to me, how could we be part of this? And I said to him that, last year I was even looking for someone that would help my supply chain because I had a budget that I felt that I do not have enough cash flow to meet my production. But I needed somebody to come in and bring in X amount of money to cushion my cash flow and push my production. Because the man I found could not come up with the collateral for the bank. And they asked me to come and give him guarantee. And I said, if I have a guarantee to give, then I'll collect the facility myself. So in manufacturing, the opportunities there are not just for the people that have the machines or have the structures. There's so much. We just engage, in my facility, we just engage somebody to build, operate, and sell power to us that we want to get out of the national grid. And we came to an agreement. I signed an agreement with him, and I said to him, provide me power at the cost that NEPA is giving me, or whatever you call them now, PHCN, provide me power at the cost that they're giving me. I will buy power from you for the next 5 years and give me 24-hour power. And we signed an agreement. And by this week, the guy has put in his generator, because I gave him a plot of land for 32 square meters. I was calling him yesterday to say it's even quite more, it needs more space than 32 square meters. Now, he's benefiting from manufacturing, because by the time we set up that system, I have told him to speak to other manufacturers around that he could give power to. Even though I have a contract to sign him off in another 4 years. So in 4 years' time, I probably might take over the business to increase my own cash flow. But what I'm saying is that, and this guy is a young chap. I met him in this church. We got talking, and I gave him the idea, and he's running with the idea. So today is not just to look at manufacturers as manufacturers. The gentleman that is going to come is going to talk to you about the opportunities that are in manufacturing, the challenges that they face. But what I like we did last year, is that you begin to listen to what he's not saying. There's always gaps. There are always gaps to be filled. There are always things that are not being said that I like us to listen to, and that is where you begin to see, because opportunities are not going to be thrown at you, because if they get to throw it at you, everybody will rush there and grab it, and you might not. But if you listen to the unsaid things, then you begin to understand that there's opportunity in every aspect. Thank you. So I'm introducing to you our speaker, Mr. Obi Eze-Ude, is the founder, chief executive officer, and president of Beluxi Industries. He holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in banking and finance from the University of Houston in the United States and the University of Lagos. I think he had a degree from the University of Lagos. He wasn't certain. He started business as Beluxi Company, Beluxi and Company Limited in 1994. That specializes in the importation of biscuits from all over the world, from Scotland, from Taiwan, from Malaysia, and all sorts. And in March 2003, the federal government of Nigeria banned the importation and distribution of all kinds of biscuits in Nigeria. Subsequently, Beluxi and Company Limited devolves into Beluxi Industries Limited, because it saw the opportunity in that pronouncement by government. And by December 2003, the United States of America Export and Import Bank, that's EXIM, approved for him $2.2 million local facility to build an ultra-modern, full integrated and automated biscuit factory in Nigeria. And that is the first of its kind in Nigeria. By 2006, it has advanced and started manufacturing, and the name Beluxi Industry is ingraded in our FCMG space. Now, the interesting thing I want to tell you about this industry is, he doesn't know, I didn't tell him, was when they started the crackers, I got a sample in post. Now, that was the system that I think Colgate used in the UK when they were trying to change the toothpaste from being the calcium-based toothpaste to the gel-based toothpaste. And when I saw it in post, I realized that I lived in an estate, so they posted it to everybody in the estate. And when I tested it, I just kept on going from one house to the other and asked for their own post. That's where is that biscuit that they sent? And some people did not even know what the biscuits, or if there was biscuit. So I collected the biscuits, and I went to my house, and I sat down, and I said, this person, whoever it is, I never knew this opportunity would come. Whoever it is has cornered this market, because there was nobody producing crackers in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Obi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. My name is Obi Ezude. I like to tell people I'm not a chief. I work for Biloxi Industries, and all we do in Nigeria is to produce cream crackers, biscuits. And I tried this morning when I was coming, because when people hear Biloxi, they don't know what Biloxi stands for. So I told my son to loan me some few packets that I was going for a conference, so that I needed to show them, so they won't think that I'm doing some movie tricks. Thank you, Bayo, for your wonderful presentation. And I will also thank my big brother, Kunle, I think he's not around, for doing all the interpretation and incisive analysis on the budget. And this morning, I don't really intend to get involved in analyzing budgets and trying to give too much analysis. Otherwise, I will come in clear confrontation with Bayo and Kunle. And you know, I'm a baker, not a specialist like you in the area. This morning I was told that I have to restrict myself to reviewing the 2016 budget. But I protested. I told them no, that I'm not going to do that. Because we tend to analyze too much in Nigeria. And most of the time we get lost in the analysis. And we forget that there are still some very good stories to tell about this great country we have. I remember in 2003 when I was trying to get into manufacturing, a friend of mine told me, like Bayo said, that I'm committing 10 years suicide, that will vanish from the surface of the earth by 10 years, and it will not work. Well, I told the person, the only person that can decide whether we will live or die is God. And I'm happy that I'm talking to Pastor Ben today in church, at least to tell him that God decided that we will live. My presentation actually this morning will be based strictly on the story of Biloxi, because I found myself over the years that based on the model we run in Biloxi, my greatest contribution to Nigeria will be to share the story and hopefully inspire more Biloxis. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have more Biloxis in Nigeria, then the whole budget thing is just another round of story. So, and I will try and limit myself to the story of Biloxi and see how maybe people can get some little inspiration from what we've done. Biloxi commenced operation in 1994. As a trading company, we are importing biscuits from all over the world. As you know, Bayo, in those days, you're a banker. We were pounding the thing, bringing in containers, and everywhere was filled with biscuits. You know, up to 2001, 2002, I was one of the largest importers of crackers in Nigeria, in sub-Saharan Africa. So I kept on telling my Malaysian friends that I think that I'm coming to the limit of this crazy importation, carrying containers, customs coming to you every day, under the table deals for you to bring out containers. So, of course, they will tell you 1 million reasons why it cannot be done in your country. You know, of course, power, you know, lack of infrastructure, no this, no that. You know, that's the normal boogie story they tell us. So I waited, and I was getting very frustrated with the whole thing. But around toward the late part of 2002, I have this habit of trying to talk to Pastor Ben at night, because calling him during the day is a crazy waste of time. So we have this business of talking around 11:30, 12, and one day, one of the days we are talking, the wife thought we have joined a witch club where we only sites of incantations at night. But anyway, Ben asked me a very important question. He now said to me, Obi, because of our discussion, what if they decide to ban biscuit in the budget? What are you going to do? I did not really bother thinking about the question. I told him, Ben, I will produce biscuit in Nigeria. And that was the end of the question. I knew where he was going, but I didn't want to bother with that. And again, another friend of mine who is a governor in one of the states called me and said that I must see him in his, one of these liaison offices here. I came down, and the same question Ben asked me, what's going to happen if they ban biscuit? I repeated myself. I said I will go into production. And that was the end of the discussion. So we talked about every other thing, and I left him. By March 2003, the same governor, the same state, former President Obasanjo announced complete total ban on biscuits, confectionaries, toothpicks, everything. Part of the diversification program he was trying to pursue. So a lot of my friends called me and was trying to tell me that we had died and when is the funeral date and the rest of them. So I told them that really that budget, no matter how it affects you, positively or negatively, there are always opportunities. It is how you interpret it. If I had interpreted the budget as a funeral party, that would have been the end. Now, but I decided that there must be a reason why the president of a company can wake up and decide to say, look, I'm going to diversify this economy and I'm going to ban certain things that we can produce here. But I want to tell you the beautiful story because the person that banned the product was actually my very good friend. So I decided to go and see him. And I'm talking about President Obasanjo. And the story is very incisive and very interesting. So I got to Otta to see him. And, like an old general, when it was my turn to go and see him, I got in there and he took a very deep look at me and shouted that, Obi, I can never change my policy because of you. So I stood where I was looking at him. I said, can I sit down, sir? He said, yes. I said, okay. So I looked up at him and I took a very clear glance at him. And I told him, I'm going to take you up on this one. And he said, what do you mean? I said, I will never smuggle for one day. But by the time you leave office, I'll give you a world-class product. So he now changed and said, are you serious? I said, yes. Then he now turned around and said that, you see, in the budget, we had a lot of physical incentives. If you do what you've told me you're going to do, I will support you. And that was what happened. I took him in, and then he supported us. The day I took the biscuit to the villa to see him, he was dancing all over the place. And then, in accordance with the budget, we're talking about budget here, I was given pioneer status. VAT was waived for biscuit industry because of our effort. And, to me, that is a clear interpretation of a budget and how you can take a budget and transform it into action. Okay? 2005, of course, all the specialists we have told us that it will not work. But in 2005, we finished. We launched a product into the Nigerian market. And like Tosin rightly said, again, within this context of Nigeria, I came up with a simple idea that the easiest way to market any kind of consumer product, particularly edible ones, that you must make contact with the consumers. And they must decide either way whether they like it or not. It's not for me to decide. So we did teamed up with UPS, and we tried to get the product into as many homes as possible. But like the typical Nigerian way, we have to be creative when things are difficult. So I listened to consultants and things like that, but I decided that, look, like Ben said, in a typical Nigerian setting, if you look at between 17 and 35 years, okay, we have over 60 million. Now, very simple, we targeted schools, okay, and we pushed in the product into young kids, teenagers, at least to be a starting point. By the time they started consuming it, a lot of adults took notice. And like I told one of my friends that I met in Abuja, a very somebody very up in the government. I said to him, look, I want to send you to some biscuits so you can share to your friend that visit you. So many people, they don't know, what am I going to do with biscuits? I said, well, just try. So I gave him the biscuits. I gave to his steward. By the time I came to see him in the evening in his guest house, they had opened 5 cartons for his visitors out of 25. Then he protested. He said that no more opening of the biscuits, that he needs to take it home to his kids. So when he got home, the kids mocked him, and he called me by 12 in the night. So he said, Obi, I never knew that my children have been eating this biscuit for ages. I said, yeah, I told him, if this is an election in your house and there's no rigging, I'll probably win you. So that was how we ended the story. And then since that day, I converted him into a believer in manufacturing. And then, I don't know how to use this. Do I need to be changing it? So that, because I've gone far in my discussion, because I don't want to waste anybody's time. How do I press it? Up or down? This is where we are. So, of course, after the Ikeja plant, the demand within 1 year was so much that we had to start the Abara plant. Of course, the Abara plant was a massive greenfield project. A lot of people thought I was crazy. Some people thought I was mad. But I don't know who is practicing the madness, whether they are or me now, I don't know. So we created the Abara factory in 2007 with 1 line. And then in 2009, it started working. Today in Biloxi, we have 5 lines. Now, but there is something very important I decided to put in this presentation so that people can understand the problem we have in Nigeria. Every day we talk about unemployment in this country. Every day we talk about it. But people really don't understand the impact of manufacturing in trying to reduce unemployment. Now, when I was trading in 2003, I was doing 1,000 containers from Malaysia a year. Every time I place order for Christmas, they have to import labor from Indonesia to be able to meet the Nigerian order. But even at that, I was only employing 40 people. Yes. And then it was that massive importation I was doing through Citibank. The report they sent to the US Exim from Citibank Nigeria was what qualified us for the loan they gave us. Because that was the only proof that was actually marketed in this country. Because there's no statistics. Now, by the time I opened the small factory in Ikeja, the starting staff strength was 385. Today, with 5 lines in Agbara, we have 2,512 staff. Now, I'm not talking about factory workers. About 215 in the last count of this are graduates that started with me. And I also want to speak about this because it's very important to me. When we started Biloxi, I made up my mind that Biloxi must be an institution that young Nigerians must run and operate. As of today, I have no expatriate. All the people working for me, all the 2,500 people working for me are all young Nigerians. Some of them have been with me since 2005. We started. Now, a whole bunch of these young kids working in the factory are secondary school finishers. Exactly what you have in the McDonald's model. We try to bring them into Biloxi and groom them in our little culture. And, for your information, I think my factory staff interview is the only one I participate actively in. Because you see, when you begin to do things like that, then you begin to see the problem of this country. And this is where the battle will be won or lost in this country. Because if we are not careful about unemployment, no matter how we analyze the budget, that is the potential time bomb. If we are not careful about making sure we invest in manufacturing to take these young kids finishing from secondary school and begin to make them to focus learn how to work hard, learn how to be responsible, then we are preparing for another Nigerian kind of Arab Spring. Because if it explodes, nobody knows where it's going to end. What we have in the Northeast is a typical example. If it cascades down to the southern part of Nigeria, then we'll be in very, very serious trouble. So that is the story of Nigeria, and that is the story of Biloxi, and that is how we used 2003 budget to create an institution that everybody seems to identify with today. Now, having said that, I want to get into the 2016 budget. And here, I don't want to talk so much because Kunle and Bayo, they have said everything that needs to be said. But the highlights are very clear. The deficit, the amount they are going to spend, and the deficit, revenue, expenditure, and social agenda. I only want to talk about the social agenda because it's very important. And then I want to tell you how that one fits into the economy. When, after the elections, and the governors were sworn in, we were looking for a very clear-cut strategy to the north. Because up till now, we are not selling in the north a lot because we don't have the capacity. Everything we make is all sold out before it gets to the market. So we keep on adding lines to be able to provide enough capacity. So when we added our fourth line, the fifth line was just added last 2 months, I saw the governor of Kaduna State. I said to him that we are now ready for the north. I think we can begin to make inroads into the north. And I told him that I have a little idea. He said, what's the idea? I said, I'm going to give you some biscuits, to identify the primary, secondary, and nursery schools in Kaduna State. You can give them the biscuits free, we won't charge you. So that we can see whether it will work. Maybe you can use it for your lunch program and see whether the kids will like it. Because we give a lot to the NEMA people because of high energy you have in biscuits. And, of course, the preservation, it doesn't spoil easily. So he said, okay, that you look into it. Last week, they called me. He said, Obi, look, in furtherance to the APC program and the budget that was announced, we are not going to take the thing free from you anymore. But if you want to give us, we'll accept. We are now going to buy it. That is going to launch his launch program on Monday. The only problem is that he didn't tell me on time. But I promised him that when they fish on Monday and his commissioner comes down, we'll work out something that will make us to support the thing. Now, why am I saying this? The governor called me and said that, look, the only way we can come out of this problem is to support companies in Nigeria that are making or offering any kind of service. And if I buy biscuit from you, it means that you're going to employ more people. It means you will expand your operation. It means you pay more people's salary. The country will get better. Maybe one day you will be forced to have multiple facilities in Nigeria to employ our people and consume our products. So in the budget again, there is 300 billion that is there for SME, any Nigerian company in manufacturing, in services, to be able to tap from. So, and these are things people like us try to look for in the budget. Interpretation and analysis are for pure economists, financial institution advisors, but in the budget we try to look at things that can help us to make some credible and serious social impact. And in the budget, the social agenda is where Biloxi fits in. Now, I'll go to the next one so that I don't spend so much time. And, now, the implication to manufacturing. Of course, everybody knows, and they don't have to go to Harvard or Oxford to know what is happening now. The biggest threat we're going to face with the dwindling revenue for government and lack of forex from CBN is the devaluation of the naira. Now, what will happen? The the biggest problem we have from suppliers now is they can't find money to give us raw material input. The micro one we import from abroad. You can imagine, Biloxi, we have over 75 SMEs that supply things to us. Now, if you remove people like Flour Mill or Dangote, the big guns, that supply us some of our inputs, the other micro additives like our enzymes, our yeast that is not manufactured locally, they have to source these things, source forex to import it and bring to us. Now, the problem is that they can't even find money to import these things and give to us. They have to buy from black market, and some of them are buying from Ghana. They go to Ghana to get FX. Some of them are going to Togo to import to be able to supply to us. So that is a very serious implication to what we're doing. But what some of us are thinking, even before this problem started happening, is that we are thinking about backwards integration now. We want to begin to look at some of these inputs that we can manufacture locally to support what we're doing, to employ our people, to reduce poverty and diseases, and of course improve the standard of living of our people. So that's what we're trying to do. Now, of course, the implication again is like what Bayo said, is that the economy will be reflated, massive capital expenditure will happen, from the works, power sector, the transport section, all these things will happen. So the implication that the economy will obviously be reflated, assuming that everything works out as planned. Now, of course, the inflation will be there because of the dwindling revenue and the devaluation of the naira. Governance issues, taxes, like Bayo pointed out, the taxes will increase because when the revenues are going down, Pastor Ben knows that in Lagos State they had to drive people like us out of Lagos because of excessive tax. So the tax will obviously go up. And of course, manufacturers, we're going to face very low margin in sales. But again, this is the beating you have to take to make sure that things are moving on as planned. I'll go to the next one, which is opportunities. Now, of course, the government expects a growth of 4.4 in 2016. That's a very big opportunity because if things work out and there are growths, SMEs, manufacturing companies, everybody will tend to benefit from that. Of course, we go down to the employment and purchasing power. There will be increased employment. If there is increase in activity in the manufacturing sector, there will be increase in employment. Government is focused on solid minerals, manufacturing and all. Now, manufacturing is the one I want to talk about in this area now, on the implication of the government tax budget position. One of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is that we have this thinking that the only way we can survive in this country is to keep on importing everything we consume. Now, I would say something about manufacturing in this sense. If any of you that travels to Germany often, you will notice that in Germany, everything they consume is made in Germany. And what manufacturing does is to make an economy very resilient. If you look at the whole of Western Europe, of all the economies there, Germany remains the most stable economy because they have strong SME base. Everything they make is done locally there. And then the giant ones are being supported by the small companies that are into manufacturing. The BMWs, the Mercedes, all the SMEs supply them all the inputs they need to make all the big cars we drive down here. Threats. Now, one of the biggest problem again, we always come back to this one, is the instability in the parallel market and the foreign official market. Now, as of today, I don't know what the rates are. Some people say it's 305, some people say it's 301, so I don't know. So, and this is one of the biggest problems we'll face in manufacturing this year. Because at the end of the day, no matter what we do in manufacturing, and as Tosin can confirm, that most of the things we still use, the critical raw material that bring these things together, are not made locally. So even if you source 80% of the raw material locally, like in biscuits, you still need those specialized additives, and they must be imported. So with this instability in FX market, we are facing an incredible threat that we may come to a stage where we may not even have the inputs for manufacturing. Of course, the other threat is possible devaluation of the naira. The next one is low margin, high taxes, inflation, rising unemployment, and corporate governance issues. Remedy for these things, of course, import substitution, buy local raw materials, export diversification strategy, standard products for export, efficiency research, and SME funding. So these are things Bayo and Kule have touched on, and I don't want to bore you with all that. So this is our conclusion of this small little presentation I have today. I just wanted to end it with two quotes from John Kennedy and Milton Valley, so that you can look at it and see that despite all the problem, despite all the threats, the only solution, or one of the solutions out of the problem, is for us to focus deeply in manufacturing so we can increase the productive capacity of this country, employ more Nigerians, reduce poverty and diseases, and increase the standard of living of our people. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy for your attention.
It's time for questions. I think we can write our questions. Thank you, Mr.
Obi.
Okay, I should say thank you. Thank you, Obi. I guess he has spoken a lot, but I see a lot of opportunity in what he has said. I can run through the opportunities for you. He mentioned something about he has a lot of SMEs in his chain. And immediately, on top of my head, I could see that if I run a consulting firm, I could easily log into him to help him employ services for the lines that is increasing. I could easily be on the supply chain. Please, you can continue to write your questions while I talk. I could easily log on to supply chain issues. Like the gentleman I said, provide me power, could easily come and say, Oga, how can we begin to look at reducing your cost of power? Because when Mr. Liberty was talking, he said something about if you drop the costs of power, electricity, if you take this generator issue concern, you drive down your cost by 40%. It's very interesting. I'll give you, because power becomes an issue to manufacturer. NEPA gives us at 28, 29 kilowatt naira per kilowatt per hour. If you throw in your diesel, your cost comes to about 79 naira per kilowatt per hour. Now, at 79 naira per kilowatt per hour, it depends on the megabytes that you use or whatever. So if you can get power at 28 naira, 29 naira per kilowatt per hour, you have saved at least more than 50, less than 50% or more than 50% of your cost on power is gone. Now, take for example a company that uses about 8 million naira to run the business on a monthly basis. Apart from the maintenance of the generator, apart from the overhead cost of having electricians or mechanicals or engineers or whatever stand by monitoring the generator, you are already spending 8 times 12 as against 3 times 12 on power generation. So opportunities is that we don't have to sit down and keep, I hope the questions, I hope somebody's picking the questions, is that opportunities are there for everybody. I had a gentleman came to my office and said, come, you have a facility, we have 3 factories. You have 3 factories, how can I clean your business for you? And I felt, you know what, take over all my cleaners. I don't want to deal with them again. Take over all my cleaners, I pay you every month, you sort them out. So there are opportunities. See, why I'm saying this is that if you're looking at Obi, you begin to wonder, when am I going to get $2.2 million? But it did not start big. It started small. And the issue I tell people is always start small. A gentleman came to my office about 15 years ago, and we're talking. And no, not up to 15 years, about 13 years ago, and we're talking. And he asked me a simple question. I said, have you read the book, The Richest Man in Babylon? Because it's about saving. And he asked me a question. He said, when are you going to become a Dangote? And I said, Dangote did not start like that. It started small. So we must have the culture of starting small. Because no manufacturer today came to the market with 1 billion naira and decided to go and build a factory. He must have post-tested the market. He must have known that there's a market, like he did. He started by trading. He knew there was a market. He post-tested the market. He fed the market for a number of years before he divulged into industries. So there are always opportunities in the industry. So thank you. So quickly, we go to the questions.
You can read it, then I'll just...
Let me just...
Yeah, you can read
as soon as I read it, I'll give it to you. Yes. Thank you. Now, the first question is from... Okay, it's from Kenny Olatwe. He said, I was privileged to taste Biloxi crackers before production in 2005. I'm happy about the progress made by the group. How about cookies? How about the cookie project you developed abroad in the light of this Forex regime? What about the cookie project you developed abroad in light of the... Well, I don't understand that. Okay. The second one said, what will happen to our economy when we inflate without adequate manufacturing base? Okay, what happens to our economy when we inflate without adequate manufacturing base to absorb the funds injected into the economy? I feel we're among
Don't worry,
African without due. Maybe you should take the question and read it. I couldn't make out with some handwriting, so I'm sorry.
Okay, the third one is, dear Biloxi manufacturer, does Biloxi manufacture its product packaging? If not, who does? Will Biloxi backward integrate into doing that, thereby making it off the current suppliers? When government banned biscuits in Nigeria, was smuggling of the product in the rift, or how did the custom handle the issue? Okay. How do you recruit your SS student leavers? Is it an outsourced function? Okay, dear Biloxi, you have planned to franchise their business. Oh, okay. Okay. The first question is about the cookie project. Now, when we started Biloxi, our objective was very clear. We're not interested in making too many things at a time, because there was clear human capital issues that we needed to resolve. And so we focused clearly on crackers, because we just want to make one thing first, be very proficient, effective, and efficient in that before we start moving into something else. Because the tendency is that if you want to do too many things at the same time, you get muddled up in a situation where you're trying to bite more than you can chew. Because we are using a world-class equipment, we needed to train our people to know how to use this equipment. We needed to train them to know how to measure the batches in the recipe, to know that the quality is consistent day in, day out. And you see, I wanted to move into so many things, but each time you assess and audit your quality control process and procedure, you still find out there's a lot of deficit. You keep on correcting them until you get it right. So it took us some time to get it right. In the last 3-4 years, we've been able to stabilize everything. So we are trying to work on a cookie brand this year, and hopefully before the end of second quarter, we will introduce a new cookie into the market. just to add variety to some of our teeming consumers. So I don't know if that answers your question, Kenny. But that is in the plans. We are going to add more products, certainly. Now, the next question is about packaging. Now, the question of packaging is a very interesting one. And I want to tell you the little story about packaging. In 2003, 2005, I think 2005, 2006, when we started production, we had to import all our packaging from South Africa because there was no local company that could actually produce the quality of the packaging we wanted that would protect the integrity of the product. Because we wanted to make a world-class product. We didn't want to add a lot of bicarbonate like our competitors were doing and just present rubbish to our people that in the long run may not be very healthy. So we imported. But you know, then Dangote had a subsidiary that produces wrappers. So I went to him, I said, look, Alaji, I understand you have this subsidiary, and I'm trying to get your people to do this thing for us because they have the machine. And the machine was being underutilized, and he didn't know. So I spoke to the Indian guy that was running it. Of course, the typical thing, he dismissed me. But luckily, one of the Nigerian guys there called me and said, can you please explain to me what you really want us to do for you? I explained to the guy, and he went back to Alaji and told Alaji. Now, the Indian guy came up with another stumbling block, that they don't have the plate in Nigeria. Then Alaji asked him, where do you get the plate? He said, in Dubai. How much? He said, it's ₦1 million. In 2005, ₦1 million is a lot of money. So I told the guy, I'm not going to pay you for the plate because if you start producing it over time, you can amortize it. So why would you want me to pay you for the plate? So we ended up in Alaji's table, and I won the argument, and he overruled them and told them to spend $1 million and make a plate for Obi. Now, by the time we made that in ballpark, was like magic. All the same group of people that say that this thing cannot be done, all of them adopted that as standard. And everybody started making for us. Today we have over 5 suppliers. And most of them were the people that told me in 2006 that it was impossible to make in Nigeria. So to answer your question, we don't have any interest in diversifying backwards in packaging, since we have people now who have enormous capacity and have invested money and the price is competitive. You know, so again, that is part of our contribution to the packaging industry. So there is really no need to begin to compete with them as long as they are efficient and they are producing what we want and the price is competitive. Now, but if for any reason they decide to collude to make it impossible for us, certainly we'll have to go back and diversify and challenge them and make the field very open and competitive. So that is the answer to that one. Now, you were asking a question on when government banned biscuits in Nigeria, was smuggling the product, the risk of the product, or how did the custom handle the issue and things like that? The truth of the matter is that the ban on the product, yes, helped us at the early stages. But our model was not really to expect protection from government forever. So we went out to make international product locally. So even with the smuggling and custom compromising to allow it to come in, they couldn't compete with us because we had better pricing, better quality, our product is fresher, because by the time they smuggle into Nigeria, given that the biscuit shelf life is 12 months, some of them spend 8 months in transit. So by the time they come here, 4 months into the expiration, nobody likes to buy it. And of course, mothers, we give a lot of thanks to mothers that we're able to educate the kids that our product is made here and is fresher. You know, and they could eat it and they are sure of the quality and they are sure of when it was made. Not something that was smuggled and expired and restamped. So it wasn't really an issue whether they allow millions of containers to come in. We were ready for competition. We had better price. We had better products in the market at that time. The ban was very strong, and then we didn't have any reason to worry. I heard you mentioned about enzyme, 7 other materials that must be imported. Have you considered working with our University, Uniben, Unibado to produce these enzymes? Well, the answer to this one is no. We haven't tried to work with them because the last time we checked and asked a few of the professors involved in food processing, what they told us is that they don't have any facility in Nigeria to make enzymes because of the health concerns. We don't have the regulatory backdrop to be able to protect people in case there's any industrial accident. Because enzymes and yeasts are, for all we know, most of them are like bacteria-based things, but they have been diluted so much that we can consume it without feeling any kind of illness, So the last check we made, they said no, they can't do it. So, and we really didn't bother to go further because we know that it's not something that is so critical that we cannot continue to import until we can make local sources available. The beer manufacturing people, other beverage people that use even larger volumes than us are still imported because of the same concern. So we are not interested in going to that route now. Our job is to focus on production and make sure that we deliver good product to our consumers. Now, the next question is, how do you replicate the standard process of making crackers biscuits? Since you say that you didn't have any expatriate working in your company. Well, my answer to this question is a very simple one. Biscuit making or any other manufacturing is not rocket science. We are not trying to invent the wheel in Biloxi. What we are doing really is taking something that has been done before and trying to localize it. Okay? Standardization is a function of practice, commitment, focus. Okay? Nigerians are one of the brightest set of people you can see on the surface of the earth. What we need to do really is to believe in ourselves. I do not. I do not believe that we have to have expatriates working with us for the rest of our lives to be able to develop our country. Because the truth is that no foreigner, no matter how benevolent the person is, can develop Nigeria for us. So we might as well begin to deal with what we have. The Nigerians are very hardworking. They are very brilliant. All you need is to create an environment and things will work very well. So that is my answer to that question. I don't know if it meets your expectation, but that's really the position. Okay, now this one says, how do you recruit your SS student leavers? Is this an outsourced function? The answer to that one is no. I don't outsource the recruitment of the factory staff. They're not casual workers. They are factory staff. And I'll tell you a story about outsourcing. My experience with outsourcing of people that work in the factory is that you get all manners of people that will be brought to you because they just pick anybody they want. But you see, we are in food industry where discipline, commitment, and passion is very critical. So what we do is that the factory is located in an area where you have a lot of low-income people, high-density area. So what we do is just to send out the words and advertise in churches, schools, that we are looking for workers. And they all come and fill the forms. And they are all interviewed on merit. Nobody brings them. You don't know anybody. We have standard criteria for picking them. And one of the most important criteria is that they must have finished secondary school and they must be living with their parents. The reason for that is very simple. We want to bring in young generation of Nigerians who can understand that what we are giving them is just a transit kind of position. They start from Biloxi, but they must make irreversible commitment to go to school because we don't want to start training ruffians or rascals. So that is why we are very particular about that. So, and that is why, we don't outsource this on factory workers, unfortunately. And another thing we do, why we do it this way, is that all our factory staff, we feed them free. We don't charge anything for that. And then we have a clinic well equipped where they are taken care of by qualified nurses and doctors that come on regular basis. But the nurses in the factory are permanent. So these are some of the reasons why we don't outsource it. And another important reason is this. You know, when you keep on outsourcing things like factory workers, you're in a very big risk. Now, what you are telling them in essence is that they are casual, there's no commitment. And then you're letting them run multi-billion naira machines. Now, what you get is cannibalization of your machine, stealing, pilfering. But when they know that as long as they believe in working hard, as long as they obey the rules and they have a job, then you have total commitment. And that is what we have in Biloxi. People often come to me and tell me, oh, how do you deal with pilfering? And I always ask them, what do you mean by pilfering? They said, don't they steal biscuits? I say, why would they steal it? They eat as much as they want. So, and when you begin to make people feel that they don't have any dignity, they begin to act like animals. So, and that is what we have tried to make sure that. That's why we try to make sure that it doesn't happen in Biloxi. Now, I don't want to join issues with people like Bayo, my friends, who are experts in outsourcing. But this is really an area where I disagree fiercely with them. Because we have to begin to know that this is the only country we have. It could have been any of us. These kids they didn't decide where they were born. So we have to show some level of empathy. That this is Nigeria, this is your own country, you can work hard and you can be whatever you want to be. So, and most of them have been with me for years. The ladies have all gotten married, they all have kids. And, and this is the joy of building a new society to me, beyond just giving them money. So that is my answer to the outsourcing issue on the factory workers. Does Biloxi have any plan to franchise their businesses? I think I have a straight answer. The answer is no. Because we are dealing with edible items, and we want to be sure that we keep the quality of the product and the integrity of the product the way it ought to be. For some of you that fly most of the major airlines, like Lufthansa, you see our product in Lufthansa, you see it in KLM, you see it in Emirates, South African Airlines, and most of the domestic airlines. And to us, the Biloxi brand is what we hold in trust for Nigeria and posterity, and we're not about to use because of money to begin to bring in plans that will make it, to lose its value and what my consultants friends will call the brand equity. And if you see that, if you look at our wrapper, we always have Nigerian flag and say that it's proudly Nigerian. And I'm always thrilled when some of my friends drop in South Africa and send me pictures of what was served inside the plane, and some of them in Kenya and Dubai. To me, that is our own modest contribution to national development and our source of pride as Nigerians. What will happen to our economy when they inflate the adequate manufacturing base to absorb the funds? I don't really like to speculate too much. Like Bayo said, the experience with Econet. One of the biggest problem I have is that we always like to analyze so much that we analyze ourselves out of, you're sick, you're telling the doctor to give you medicine, and you're already worried about what will happen when I get well, but you're still sick. So let them reflate it. Let's worry about how we manage the prosperity that comes with the reflation. And that's really my view on this. Because the moment you start reflecting, there are a lot of people that are waiting for opportunities to get into businesses. A whole lot of them. But because things are not clear, the economy is in downturn, nobody knows what tomorrow will bring, a lot of people who are not strong-willed like us will keep staying on the fence. So let them reflect. Let us worry about the fallout of reflation. I mean, it's better we manage the fallout than the whole thing going down the drain. So that is my view on that one. So I'm not bothered about what will happen when they reflate. Let them reflate first, and then we'll start worrying about what will happen. Because if you're not alive, you won't be able to enjoy whatever life will have to give you. Yeah. The final question is how can the challenge of capital and acquisition from financial institutions by such who do not have collateral please advise? Well, I think Bayo answered this question very well, and there are a lot of institutions that are there to support startups. But what is very important for me to point out is that, everybody keep on talking about capital, finance, this, that. But I think the critical thing in business, in my view, is a clear idea of what you want to do first. Because if you don't have a clear idea or clear understanding of what you're going to do, even if somebody gives you money, you end up either buying private jet or, if you're somebody that likes to party, you end up doing all the clubs in Lagos. So that is basically the thing. And then, of course, when you have an idea and you're able to articulate it very well, then if you approach somebody to give you money and you're able to defend your position properly, adequately, then the other one is easy. You can go backwards and get services of financial consultants and experts who can put this thing in a clear, clean-cut model that can be bankable. So I think that's my view on that one. Because when I was trying to go into manufacturing in 2003, and we were applying for U.S. Exim loan, all my bank friends told me it will not work. So I told them, okay, but I have everything to lose if I don't try. But I have everything to gain if I try. And I tried. And at the critical stage in the argument, collateral came up. And I argued successfully that if I have any kind of collateral anywhere that is worth $2 million in Nigeria, I will sell it to put it into biscuits. So I told the guys to their face that if you're talking about collateral and you don't want to help us, no problem, I'll go home. And that was the pivotal moment in the whole transaction. And it was approved without recourse to any collateral, because I was very clear in my thoughts, in my mind, what I'm supposed to do with the money. And the facts are there that the market is in Nigeria. And I made it clear to them that they themselves, regardless of the interpretation and analysis from IMF and World Bank about Nigeria, those statistics is not really correct. Let me not say it's not true, but I just told them it's not correct. That by the time we start, they will know that Nigeria is the greatest economic power in Africa. The only problem we have is just that we simply don't want to put our house in order. And I know that if, God willing, we're able to get this 2016 budget working, we will, God willing, rebound as a great economic power in sub-Saharan Africa.
Amen.
I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Obi.
Bless you.
Thank you. No, don't go. Somebody asked a question that they needed to see the biscuit again for those that do not know. They want to see the sample. It's a shame. You should have brought us samples.
Oh, no.
Do you have?
I will send sample to
No, you should send sample to the church. No, you send sample to the church.
I will send to her.
Okay. You didn't send to us now, Mommy Ben.
Okay, I will send to the pastor.
Okay, thank you. Before he leaves, you see, I said that we should always listen to the things that he is not saying. He mentioned in his presentation that they couldn't access the northern part of Nigeria, and that he's just making inroad into Kaduna State. Now, the person that asked the question concerning franchising, why don't you think of being a distributor? Why don't you think of taking the northern side of the market? If he can tell you as a manufacturer that it doesn't have anybody present in the northern part of Nigeria, then it's a clue for us to know that there's a market or there's something for him, for you, or for us to deal with. Thank you very much, Obi. Just a quick announcement, please. Next on the agenda is lunch, and thereafter the session resumes at 1:20 p.m. The agricultural sector will remain here. The oil, gas, and power sector will be on the 5th floor, while the real estate sector will be on the 3rd floor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening.